Okay. Thank you all for being here at different times in your different countries in our 5th session entitled Transforming Spaces Through Medical Theory. And we will have 4 very exciting papers. And as we did yesterday, we will have the Q&A session at the end of the 4 papers. And I'm asking you to write all your questions in the chat here in the Zoom session or in the chat on YouTube, and we will read them to the speakers, and we will have hopefully a very fruitful debate at the end. So it is really a pleasure to be moderating this session. As I said, transforming spaces through medical theory, where we will see how theories and medical practices were performed in specific spaces and how these spaces were also transformed by the practices of medical of healing, and also how this changed territorial dynamics of specific places, and how the changes in landscape and places also change or presented new challenge to the healing ideals and healing practice. So it is a real pleasure to present you our first speaker, Samrita Majumdar, who, if you see the book of abstracts and short vitas, it says that she's a doctoral candidate, but she's not anymore a doctoral candidate because she successfully defended her PhD a few months ago. So she's a doctor for the Visva Bharati University in India, and her research focuses on the landscape and the cultural milieu of Buddhist establishment of Western Bengal. She has published several articles regarding geolocation and geographical and cultural aspects of landscapes, and today she will present the paper Buddhist Monastery, Medicine and the Body Politic, a historical study of healing service of the Buddhist monasteries of Eastern India, with a special reference to the Nanda Dirgi Vihara of Jajibampur. And I think we have some technical problems, maybe sharing your screen. So, well,
yes. I started sharing my screen. Just a moment.
Okay.
Thank you for the introduction. Healing service has profound importance in Buddhist monasticism. Much has been found about healing in the Buddhist.
It is not working properly, your PowerPoint. It's still.
Isn't it visible?
It's
I'm sharing the screen.
Yeah, it's changing from the PowerPoint to your I don't know, to different. Okay, now it's stopped. Okay, I think now no.
Is it working now?
No, it's like blinking.
Oh, okay. I will try it again. Is it visible now clearly?
No, we still have problems. Entering and going out from the PowerPoint.
Just a moment. Is it visible? Is the screen visible now?
The screen is visible, but it changed from the PowerPoint to your internet, to your yes.
Shall I leave and join again?
Wait. I just
Shall I send the file?
Yes,
Shall I send the file?
Yes.
Okay, okay, that will be better. Okay.
I think
Okay,
that's
no problem. Okay. I'm sending it to Anna.
okay. Yeah. Doesn't matter whether it's an in-person event or an online event. Technically, are always there. Part of this of these events, but hopefully we will go around them.
It will be a Google Drive link because the size is more than 25 MB. I'm sending a Google Drive link.
Perfect. I'm just restart. I keep refreshing it so it will get it sooner.
Okay, okay, okay.
Not to worry.
It will take
These things
a little
happen.
bit time.
It's okay.
Okay. Yes.
Sorry for the technical problem. Probably it's happening from my side.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. We had the same problem yesterday, so.
Yeah.
I missed actually the evening session yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I missed the afternoon session. It's actually afternoon session because the time zone is very different. That's why I missed it.
Yeah, that's.
We totally understand. Our first speaker was from.
It's better, Elena, please.
Yes.
Elena, it's better go to the other speaker and then
Yes.
turn to Sorita.
Yes, yes, we can do that if
Yes.
and we can
because it will take some time.
Yes, so we will go to our next speaker and then I will reintroduce you and you can speak if that's okay.
Yes,
Okay. So if Adelia Caldas is there, we can, and she's okay too with presenting now, I can introduce her. She is associated researcher at the Art History Institute of Universidade Nova de Lisboa. She holds a PhD in art history by the Faculdade de Ciências Sociais e Humanas of the Universidade Nova de Lisboa, and she has researched extensively about the city of Lisbon and its urban development, and she was also a collaborator in a very interesting project about Conventos de Lisboa, organized by the IHA of the Universidade Nova de Lisboa and the Lisbon City Council between 2013 and 2015. And today she will present a paper entitled The Royal Hospital of Saint Joseph in Lisbon. So Adelia, you have the floor. Thank you so much.
Okay. So good morning to all. Okay, just a minute. Good morning to all. Today I intend to explain how the hygienist theory contribute to the construction of Royal Hospital of Saint Joseph in the last quarter of 18th century. Such I'm not a very good English speaker, I read my test. So the objective is to relate the construction of Royal Hospital Saint Joseph with the new medical conception of 18th century. I take the opportunity to thank the International Network for Easter of Hospitals for this opportunity. In Europe, of 18th century, successive plague outbreaks limit demographic growth, economic development, and urban expansion. Traditional therapies, namely bloodletting, perks, chicken broths, and secrets were not effective to treat disease. In the view of hygienist doctors, diseases were caused by corrupt airs resulting from bad smells that proliferate in urban space in public and private buildings. Hygienist doctors pointed to poor air as a determining factor to prevent and treat disease. The hygienist discourse, widely disseminated in Europe thanks to publication of several hygienist treatises, was assimilated by the urban elites of the time, who started to associate the health issues with urban problems such as densely populated neighborhoods and narrow, dirt, poorly ventilated streets with bad smell. Aware that the power of the state depended on a large and industrious population, as defended by mercantilists that said men were the great wealth of nation, European rulers started to promote policies to ensure the well-being of their people. And it was like this that the hygienist idea had a decisive impact on hospital reforms. The hygienist speech emerged in Portugal in 1721 with the publication of Treatise Âncora Medicinal para conservar a vida com saúde by Dr. Francisco Fonseca Henriques. The impact of the hygienist ideas of this treaty was reinforced with publication of treaty by Dr. António Nunes Ribeiro Sanches called Tratado da Conservação da Saúde dos Povos, whose first edition took place in Paris in 1756. Although the two treaties were based on the same assumption that air was among all natural factors essential to life the most important thing, and that only poor air ensured health, while corrupt air caused disease, and that the treaty of Fonseca Henriques was addressed to the people, and that of Ribeiro Sanches to rulers and their representatives. Ribeiro Sanches warned rulers about the harmful effects of nauseating and pestiferous smells in urban space and public buildings, such as convents, barracks, prisons, and hospitals, and present proposals that would allow the sanitation and airing of all these spaces and buildings. The issue of hospitals deserves special attention since it was in line with hospital reforms that had already started in some European countries, namely England, Denmark, and Austria. Following the destruction of Lisbon caused by the Great Earthquake of 1755, which ruined the lower part of the city, including public hospital of All Saints, Portuguese monarchs instructed Brigadier Manuel da Maia to present proposals for the reconstruction of the city. Subsequently, teams of military engineers were formed for the elaboration of projects, of which the plan of reconstruction and renovation of Baixa Chiado by Eugênio de Santos Carlos Mardel was selected in 1758. The plan of 1758 evidenced the combination of hygienist criteria, also referred in Treaty of Ribeiro Sanches, with the Enlightenment urban architectural conception. This plan, characterized by orthogonal grid of squares and wide rectangular and paved streets, defining uniform blocks and equipped with sanitary infrastructures, including water and sewage networks, fully correspond to the proposals that Ribeiro Sanches present in his treaty to end the corruption of the air. This first plan for reconstruction of Lisbon maintained Royal Hospital of All Saints in Rossio, in the same place that it had always occupied since its foundation in 1495, although Brigadier Manuel da Maia suggests in 1756 is relocation to the Convent São Bento on Western Periphery for being better at the present time than in Rossio Square. However, Portuguese king was pressured by opinion of hygienists who disagreed with the permanence of Royal Hospital in Rossio, agreeing with Ribeiro-Sanches in that one of the biggest mistakes in construction of old hospital was the allocation in low and central areas of the city, where there to treat areas that in the cure of the sick were concentrated. Thus, in 1764, King Dom José ordered the transfer of the Royal Hospital to the old convent of Saint Antão o Novo, which was in possession of the crown since the expulsion of Jesuits in 1759, and which was located in a high area and well served by winds, which at the outset would ensure the good ventilation of the interior spaces on the future hospital building. On 26 September 1764, a royal decree donated to Misericordia of Lisbon Church and College of St. Antão, with all its interior buildings, office and fence for the construction of the new hospital. Explaining his decisions in a letter addressed to the hospital manager, the king affirmed that it would never be convenient or in accordance with custom of other courts that the hospital was built within the capital city of this kingdom. Attached to the royal decree of donation was a set of 6 plans entitled a new project of Royal Hospital, designed by royal architects Caetano Tomás de Sousa and Manuel Caetano de Sousa. The 2 architects, father and son, designed a large-scale building which doubled the area of the old Jesuit convent, highlighted in red, as seen in this plan. On the western side of the church, a new wing was projected with 3 perpendicular sections intended for some workers and service areas, separated by small, medium-sized courtyards, and at the rear of the church and at these wings, new space and small courtyards were designed. The design of the main facade of the hospital complex had a palatial character, suggesting influence from some English hospitals, with the church in the central plane flanked to east and west by 2 rectangular turrets. Construction work on the new hospital began with the greatest economy and brevity, as the monarch determined in a letter dated 27 September, and progressed rapidly under the direction of military engineer José Monteiro de Carvalho. During the 6 years in which the construction works took place, the initial project of the Royal Hospital was replaced by a new project signed by Monteiro Carvalho. This change was motivated by the large size of the building foreseen in the first project, which contradicted the hygienist proposals that defend the construction of small or medium-sized hospital to limit the number of patients because, as explained by Ribeiro-Sanches, in the street, the infection of the air was always as great as the number of those who breathed in the same place. The compliance with hygienist requirements, verifying the alteration of the scale of the new hospital building, was also verifying the implementation of structures to ensure ventilation and cleaning of the interior space, such as large windows, water networks, and sewage. The interior space of the Royal Hospital St. Joseph's obey a functional organization with a clear definition established between the areas of reception and screening of patients, those of medical, surgical assistant, the specialized wards, and support service such as pharmacy, kitchen, morgue, and the church. The difference you can observe in this slide. The division of space prevents dangerous communication from outside to the inside and from infected to those in recovery. The allocation of space also provides greater vigilance for patients who began to be observed by physicians with great attention to better understand their pathologies. The reception area comprising concierge emergency room and surgeon room was located in the main part of the building, facing south at the entrance area of the hospital complex. Perpendicular to the reception building and parallel to church, a three-story building with several specialized wards was developed in the south-north direction. In the early 19th century, St. Joseph Hospital had 19 wards separated by sex and by pathologies such as fever, venereal disease, bone disease, accident victims, mental illness, or by clinical states such as bedridden, parturient, convulsions. Each ward was named by the name of the respective patron saint. Of course, we are watching only the east building. The number of beds in each ward really exceeded 30, a number not far from the 25 proposed by hygienists, which limited the dirt and bad smells of these spaces, which were ventilated by large windows and, in some cases, by added fans. The large courtyard open to the reception area to the south, the perpendicular wing to the east, the church to west, and some south wing to the north. And the small courtyard located to the north also contribute to the ventilation of the wards. All floors of the hospital were equipped with sanitary structures and infrastructures, from toilets to the water supply and drainage system, which was essential to allow the flow of the feed. Also, in accordance with the hygiene standard, the hospital perimeter was separated from surrounding urban space with the lifting of a wall and the creation of two entrances located at the extreme points of this perimeter, one in the north and one to the south, ensuring the isolation of the sick and preventing the spread of disease. In the order for the hospital become a space of treating and healing, it was essential to improve the efficiency of all service, which was made possible thanks to the disciplinary action of surveillance and control that the hospital managed exercise on the health agents, such physicians, surgeons, nurses, apothecaries, and general on all employees and space. First hospital manager, Don Francisco Furtado Mendoza, and his successors implement measures to regulate meal distribution to patients, control exaggerated expense, and to compel the four physicians and the four surgeons residents in the hospital to fulfill their obligations. And then a new work schedule was made with added night service. On January 1776, it was forbidden to change the diet of the patient without permission of the nurse of respective infirmary. And on 16 February of 1777, it was determined to the kitchen service that in winter they would give lunch for sick at 10.5 hours in the morning, and in summer at 11 o'clock, and the winter dinner at 5 o'clock in afternoon and at 6 o'clock in summer. The increased quality of care provided to patients until the middle of 19th century was also largely related to the quality of surgical service practiced by surgeons or by trainers that attend the anatomy class, which was converted to Medical School of Surgery in 1925. The construction works for the new Royal Hospital were completed in early April 1775, and on the first week of April arrived the first patient transfer from the extinct Hospital of All Saints under the supervision of hospital managers and with collaboration of nobles, bourgeois, and members of the clergy. To conserve and reinforce the quality of its service, hospital experimented successive architectural intervention to how 19th and 20th century aimed to expanding and requalifying the space while extending and specializing scientific knowledge of doctor, surgeon, and nurse. It was decided to replace the ruined church with a building for hospital administration, and the old sacristy was converted to chapel. The improvements in Royal Hospital St. Joseph and in all European hospitals contribute to the reduction of mortality rates, but this reduction only became significant from the last quarter of the 19th century, since scientific progress and qualitative leaps of the field of medicine and pharmacy. So, in summary, hospital reform in Europe of 18th century was guided by the principle of pure air and sanitation. Thanks to the functional and disciplined distribution of space, hospital became, in his own materiality, a therapeutic operator, said Michel Foucault. The Hospital of St. Joseph, as an all-modern hospital built in second part of 18th century, began to change from place of assistance to poor to place that attempt to treat illness and cure. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Adela, for that very, very exciting paper. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions afterwards. Please, if you have them, write them into the chat, and we will have all the questions and answers together at the end of the session. So now I think we can go back to our second speaker, Sonrita Majumdar, who, as I said, is a PhD of Visva Bharati University, and she will present her paper about Buddhist monastery, medicine, and the body politic, a historical service of the Buddhist monasteries of Eastern India, with a special reference to the Nandarigi Vihara of Jajivapur. So, Sonrita, if you are ready.
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the introduction. Anna, can you please go to the first slide? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Healing service has profound importance in Buddhist monasticism. Much has been found about healing in the Buddhist canonical literature. My presentation is an attempt to throw light on the practice of healing service and its implications with special reference to Nandadirki Vihara of Jagjivanpur. Second slide. Before we start discussing the Buddhist notion of healing and suffering, the modes of healing, and the case study of healing activities of Jagjivanpur, we should mention the earliest reference of the Buddhist earliest reference of the state-aided medical service in Indian subcontinent. It is in the Ashokan Major Rock Edict at Girnar Hill, Junagadh. Devanam Piyadasi Ashoka, he says that he has arranged for two kinds of medical treatment. Those are medical treatment for men and medical treatment for animals. And wherever there were no medicinal herbs beneficial to men and beneficial to animals, they have been caused to be imported and planted. Next slide. Shustra Samhita says that there are no absolute demarcations in nature. So in the entire science of life, psychology and sociology are inseparably linked with anatomy and physiology, with pathology and hygiene, and above all with treatment. Next slide. The study of healing service of the Buddhist monastery is limited to the textual sources. The practical application of prescriptive methods and its archaeological study is obscure but prospective field of research. Recent research on ethnobotany examining contemporary use of medicinal plants, which are referred in textual sources, have been beneficial academically and socially. Next slide, please. So why is healing essential according to the Buddhists? According to the Buddhist canonical text, the 4 requisites for life in various Pali canon texts are robes, food, lodging, and medicine. Healing, according to the Buddhism, is not only meant for physical and mental well-being, but also spiritual awakening. According to the Buddha, a person who is not liberated, who is still subject to the worldly suffering brought on by cravings and attachment, is considered ill. Therefore, the healing process is akin to the enlightenment process. Next slide. This is the picture of Ajanta cave. The early Buddhist renunciant monks used to stay in the rock-cut caves during the monsoon season. It is called Vassabasa Avasa, or rain retreat. A renounced monk or nun neither could carry any resources nor they could buy medicine. Rather, they had to find and know medicine from the sylvan surrounding. Next slide, please. There are 2 modes of healing: the cure of disease through the healing herbs, food, surgery, and other physical means. And another one is the cure of diseases by visualization of the deities and recitation of dharani. The use of herbs for healing goes back to the Vedic corpus. Next slide, please. Charaka Samhita and Sushruta Samhita are 2 important contributions to the field of Ayurvedic medicine and surgery. The names of trees Ashwatha, Amlaki, and Vilva mentioned in the Indian epigraphic records of land grant charters for demarcating the border of donated land have important medicinal values. Next slide. This is a sacred fig or people or Bodhi Vriksh. This is called Bodhi Vriksh because sitting under this tree, Buddha attained Bodhi or enlightenment. This tree has the various parts of this plant has immense medicinal properties. It helps to cure diarrhea, skin disease, etc. Next slide. This is Vilva tree. It also has many medicinal properties. Ashoka Kanta Marichi, the deity Ashoka Kanta Marichi holds Ashoka stem in her hand. Many parts of the Ashoka tree are helpful for healing, for medical treatment. Next slide. Next slide. This is lotus. Many parts of lotus are also helpful to cure many diseases such as cancer, depression, etc. Next slide. Myrobalan, Amlaki, and Haritaki, both of the 2 plants can be seen in the hand of Vaishajya Guru. Both of the plants have medicinal properties. It helps to cure many diseases like stress-related problem, joint pain, obesity, high cholesterol, blood pressure, etc. Next slide. Next slide. This is the image of lapis lazuli radiant Tathagata. It is dated back to 11th century. It is found in Alchi Monastery, Ladakh in India. The iconography of Vaishajya Guru did not develop before 4th century CE. The iconography includes lapis-colored jar of medicine nectar and stem of myrobalan plant. We have already said that myrobalan plant has many medicinal properties. It helps to cure many diseases. Next slide. This slide is about the Vaishajya Guru Sutra. Namo Bhagavate Vaishajya Guru Vaidurya Prabha Rajata Tathagataya Arhate Samyukta Buddhaya Tadgata Om Vaishajye Vaishajya Guru Samudgate Swaha. This mantra is widely known in East Asia and Himalayan region. It survives in Chinese Tripitaka through translation from Indian Sutra by Dharmagupta in 615 CE and by Zhuangzan in 650 CE and again by Yixing in 707 CE. Next slide. Few images of Vaishajya Guru were found from Eastern India and Bangladesh. The first image of Vaishajya Guru is found from Vikramshila Mahavihara. Another bronze image was recovered from Jagaddar Vihara, Bangladesh. It was identified by Dr. Claudine Bolze-Picro. Another bronze image of Vaishajya Guru was found from Chittagong, Bangladesh. It is datable to 900 to 1000 CE. Vaishajya Guru traveled to, the idea of Vaishajya Guru and its iconography traveled to Southeast Asia. Next slide. To cope with natural phenomena, infertility, health conditions of infants and children, to ensure wealth, agricultural abundance, healing, longevity, love, Buddhist laity venerated deities such as Hariti, Janguli, Parnashavari, Mahamayuri, Kurukulla, who specialize in protection from fevers, epidemics, snake bites, and death, as well as versatile deities Avalokiteshwara and Tara for their all-encompassing power to rescue the worshipper from any danger or mortal peril. Next slide, please. The second mode of healing is by invoking the deity. Repetitive recitation of Mula Mantra ascribed to the deity in Mahayana Sutras and Tantras in regard to specific ills. Such process would bring an upsurge of intuitive wisdom that could culminate in enlightenment and liberation. Next slide, please. What is Dharani? Dharani is a noun derived from the verbal root 3, meaning to carry or to bear, refers to the recitation of mantras. The sounds carry the essence of energy of the deity. Utterance of Dharani mantras is believed to invoke the deities. Next slide, please. A Dharani deity is a great savior, protector, and liberator. The purpose of Dharani deities is to display distinct qualities, exercise particular powers, and confer specific benefactions. Next slide, please. This is the image of Mahamayuri Vidyaragi. It is found in Ellora, cave number 6. It is dated back to 9th century CE. This deity is believed to protect and prevent diseases in middle period of Buddhism and later Buddhism. Next slide, please. Mahapratisara is another deity who protects the devotees from many diseases. Next slide. Hariti is the protectress of children, safe childbirth, and bringing up of children. Next slide. Parnashavari prevents epidemic, vanquishes fevers, smallpox. This particular image is inscribed. She tramples under her feet various diseases and pestilences according to Sadhanamala. She is attended by Hayagriva, the Hindu god of fever, and Shitala, the Hindu goddess of smallpox. Two similar images from Brikrampura were found, which are now in Bangladesh National Museum. Next slide, please. Now we move on to the healing activities at Nandadirge Vihara. It is a case study. We will look at it as a case study. Nandadirge Vihara was established in 9th century CE according to the land grant charter. Army Chief Vajradeva donated the land to establish the Nandadirge Vihara. His act of piety was endorsed by the central authority of the Pala regime by way of permanent endowment in favor of Avaivartika sect of Mahayana Buddhist monks of Nandadirge Vihara. Next slide, please. This is the plan of the Vihara. Around the square courtyard, there are 32 cells, out of which 24 cells different sizes were exposed. The courtyard has two staircases on the east and on the western side. The staircase on the western side leads to the sanctum. A wall runs around the sanctum, leaving the space for circumambulation. The monastery has 4 circular bastions in the northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest corner of the outer wall of the monastery, for which B.N. Mukherjee called it a fort monastery. The bastions serve the purpose of gaze over the vast landscape inhabited by the people of different walks of life, irrespective of their socio-sectarian affiliation. Next slide, please. The Tulabhita copper plate inscription, which is a donative land grant charter, it mentions about the provision of supply of bheshaja or medicinal plants to the Buddhist monks of Nandadirgha Vihara, in addition to their other facilities. A metal image of Ashokakanta Marichi and an image of Janguli were found from Jagjivanpur. Terracotta plaque of Janguli is supposed to be associated with protection from serpents and poisons. Next slide, please. The tax-exempted land granted to the Buddhist monastery acted as a link between the Pala monarch and its subjects. The local inhabitants in the interfluvial area had to seasonally migrate and return. Negotiating with the fluvial regime, the Vihara, being stood on the elevated Barind upland, acted as a locus of power and permanence. The religious space of the Vihara coincided with the social, political, economic, and healing space from which it exercised power over local natural resources as well as the local donors of the Vihara. By the service of healing, the Buddhist Vihara gazed over not only the physical body of local subjects of the Pala monarchy, but also it watched over the liberation of all sentient beings. The idea of Bodhisattva's delay to attain own nirvana out of sympathy for the sentient beings helped the Vihara turn its gaze of compassion, power, and purification over the body, mind, and soul of the local inhabitants. Next, concluding slide. Thank you. The esoteric Buddhist practice for the sake of all-encompassing physical, psychological, spiritual well-being of all sentient beings was seen against the British application of Enlightenment yardstick of religion and secularism during the course of 18th and 19th century CE. Therefore, the Buddhist esoteric practices for healing started to be called magic. The warrior ascetics of the Buddhist Shaiva Sufi sects called Sadhu, Gosai, Guru, Yogi, Naga, Mahants, Sannyasi, Fakir, Bairagi appeared to be the threat of expanding British Empire in India in early 18th century CE. Next slide. The healing service is transcultural phenomenon. The distinction between secular, professional, and sectarian service of healing tends to dissolve in the face of Buddhist notion of compassion towards all sentient beings, leading to the path of liberation. Considering the Buddhist monastic service of healing, there cannot be only one universal definition of hospital and medical treatment. It is not only because of diversity of modes of treatment of body, but also the purpose and relationship between the healer and the ill person. The ultimate purpose of healing in Mahayana Buddhism is liberation from all worldly attachments to which both of the healer and the ill person get subjected. The definition of medical care and healing becomes historical product of discursive processes. I express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Ilora Trivedi, Dr. Swadhin Sen, Dr. Manovi Devadevan, and Dr. Umakant Mishra, and State Archaeological Museum, Behala. Thank you so much, and many, many thanks to Anna for her kind assistance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samrita, for also very, very interesting paper where we can start to see how all these things can fit together. As I said before, please type your questions in the chat, Zoom chat or YouTube channel, and we will have our Q&A session at the end. So it's now a pleasure to introduce you our third speaker, Yanchang Li. If you are here, you can maybe start sharing your screen in case you have a PowerPoint. Yanchang? She was there? Okay, thank you so much. So Yanchang Li is a lecturer at the School of Health Humanities in Peking University in China. Her research focuses on the history of medicine in modern China, history of Western-style hospitals in China, and health politics. And she's undertaking a very exciting project funded by the Ministry of Education in China about social history of antibiotics in 1941-1978. And today, as you can all see in your screens, she will present a paper about the nationalization of modern medical space and the founding of the Peking Central Hospital. Thank you so much. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. We can hear you. We can see you, and we can
Okay.
see PowerPoint too correctly. So.
Okay. I'm Lian Chang from Beijing University. My topic is nationalization of modern medical space, the founding of the Peking Central Hospital. This picture is of the Peking Central Hospital taken on the opening day, January 27th, 1918. From this picture, we can see that the type of the building devised is distinctly American, consisting of basement floor, the windows of which are at least 6 feet above the level of ground, and 3 floors above this. In front is a projecting wing for the main front door, whilst at either end is a bipartite wing with an intervening veranda containing the main third-class walls and their solariums. The roofs of the wings are used as flat roof gardens. The shape of the building was finally decided upon in order to obtain the maximum of light with the minimum of exposure to north winds in winter, and also to meet the objections of Chinese patients to rooms facing direct east and west. The whole building is 262 feet broad and an average of 90 feet deep and 65 feet high. This hospital situated in the west part of the Beijing city. The red point is the hospital site. The site was on the Fucheng Street. Was presented for the purpose by the Ministry of the Interior. Several older laws in the neighborhood, as well as the old houses situated in that locality, were purchased at a total cost of $21,000. The ground is high, being nearly 3 feet above the level of the street. The lot is of the shape of an irregular quadrilateral, wide in south and then north. The building stands on the front part, while the back part with many strongly built old houses were kept for the future purpose. Why the capital chose a site in the West City? Because at that time, the most of the Western style hospitals situated in the eastern part of Beijing City, to the east of the Forbidden City, about this area. This is the four-floor ground plan. The basement floor, the top left is the basement floor. In the entrance of for our outpatients is situated in the eastern wing. The central corridor runs in a straight line from here to the western wing. The rooms lying south of this corridor are one men's and one women's waiting room with toilets capable of accommodating 200 persons altogether. Medical room, janitary room, gynecological room, dental room, disinfection room with the adjoining bath and locker rooms, massage, and the electrical department, linen room, special kitchen, ordinary kitchen for cooking Chinese meals. To the north of the corridor are especially dispensary storerooms for drugs, surgical bandage rooms, ophthalmic rooms, emergency operating rooms, emergency laboratories, boiler and fuel rooms, general store rooms, X-ray and photographic rooms, chief attendance rooms and attendance rooms with accommodation for 35 with the toilet and shower bath. The veranda between the kitchen and the attendance rooms were used as a dining room for the lower staff. The left bottom picture ground plan was the first floor. The front door steps lead to portico and the main reception room, on the right of which is the inquiry office. Adjoining this is the superintendent's office. Behind this are the central staircase and the lifts, one on either side. Across the corridor, one on steps into the boardroom. And the clerk's room, from the door of which a fair-sized veranda situated above the fuel room may be reached. Going toward the east wing lie a series of second-class private wards facing the south, each capable of accommodating 2 patients, while the large third-class general wards with space for 25 beds occupied the whole of the Fox wing. The rest, a model general ward unit consisting of a bathroom, toilet room, service room, linen room, and laboratory isolation ward, diet kitchen, and sister rooms is placed on north side of the corridor. On the west side, the general ward unit and the private wards are arranged in the same way. The second floor arranged was the same way as the first floor, but immediately above the reception rooms are situated first-class wards, each capable of holding 1 patient and possessing separate bathrooms and toilets. The third floor, the central portion of the third floor is reserved for the first-class wards too, containing private verandas. On the east are situated quarters for the superintendents and assistant medical officers, while the western wing is divided up into large analytical and bacteriologic laboratories where routine and research work were carried out. The extremity served as roof gardens for patients requiring the sun treatment. We can compare the modern of the hospitals at that time. In 1921, Harold conducted a national survey of the hospitals set up by foreign missionaries in China. He found that the buildings 1 story throughout China, accounting for 63, partly or wholly 2 story, 92, 3 story, 28, and 4 story, just only 7 hospitals. So we compare this, we can say the central hospital is a very modern one at that time. This is another picture about the operating room on the 2nd floor of the central hospital. We can see the facilities at that time. I especially mention appraisal at that time. Appraisal published on the National Medical Journal at that time appraised this Peking Central Hospital was the first self-established hospital by Chinese in capital. But my question is, Peking Central Hospital was actually neither the first hospital in capital nor the first self-established hospital by Chinese in capital. Why the article appraised PCH at that. And so in what sense PCH was the first self-established hospital by Chinese? Could the old time hospital be called a hospital? And what's the meaning of self-established hospital in Chinese? Actually, there are many old-time hospitals set up by Chinese in Peking and before the central hospital. During the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasty, there's the imperial hospital always. During in the late Qing dynasty, during 1906 and 1908, the Ministry of Civil Affairs, also called the Minzhengbu, set up hospitals in the inner city and outer city of the Beijing city. They both called Minzhengbu Hospital, but the hospital adopted traditional medicine and Western medicine together. Marshall Rachel once called said that in terms of organization, it seems this hospital was also distinctive in that patients were not only divided along the antipathy of gender and class, but were further divided according to which type of medicine they preferred, traditional Chinese or Western. Manuel also said it was a Chinese attempt to not only preserve what was useful in Chinese traditional medicine, but also to introduce the people to Western medicine. This two picture is about the hospitals set up foreign ministries in the early times. They are also looked like the old-time Chinese ones. This is the inner look of the hospitals in the hospitals set up by the foreign ministries in the early times or the modern missionary hospitals. Harold Baum also said he was the dean of the School of Medicine at Shantung Christian University. He said it always that such a building was not a hospital at all. In the modern sense of the term, it was really a hotel or inn, in which the patient resided with his friends while attending the doctor, and where he was always successful to medical treatment and spiritual influences. At that time, the national survey conducted by Harold Baum also find that the pure Chinese style, the hospital set up by the foreign ministries, among them 8 is pure Chinese style, and 47 are modified Chinese style, and 132 are foreign style. The Western hospital style set up by foreigners in Beijing. In 1861, William Lockhart, a missionary of London Missionary Society, set up the Chinese hospital at Peking, which was the first Western missionary hospital in Beijing. After that, foreign missionaries set up many Western style hospitals in Beijing, such as Tongren Hospital and Do Hospital, etc. After the Box Uprising and the Peace Protocol of 1901, France, Italy, Germany, and other countries established West-style hospitals around their embassies in Beijing. They most situated in the southeast parts of the Beijing city, but there are no Western-style hospital established by Chinese until then. So only in the terms of modern medical, Peking Central Hospital could be called the first established hospital by Chinese in capital. The second part, I will investigate the construction process. PCH set a model through the social fundraising to construct a modern hospital. Most of the donations came from central government officials or the central ministries. This picture is the stone inscription on the donors and their amount of donation. This inscription was set up on the opening ceremony. Two persons that I need to specially mention. One is Shi Shaozeng, the other is Wu Liande. These two persons is very important during the construction of the hospital. Shaozeng was a director, is an official merchant. He is the director of Longhai Railway Bureau, a manager of Green Transport Bureau, chairman of Bank of Communications, trustee of Bank of China. He lately elected as the trustee of the Central Hospital. Wu Liande is a Chinese born in Malaysia and who got his PhD from Cambridge, who became renowned during the fighting against the plague of 1911. He presided the International Plague Conference and the first person to put forward the concept of pneumatic plague in the world. He literally elected as the medical superintendent of the Central Hospital. Wu Liande once in an article published in the Modern Hospital in 1917 said the hospital being mainly a voluntary establishment, the most rigid economy will be enforced in all directions, consistent with efficiency. And it is hoped that the success of the scheme may include other cities in China tomorrow and so spread modern medical sciences through the lengths and breadth of this great land. So the founders of the hospital, their aim not only to the Central Hospital, they want the modern hospital spread over the China. But during the lack of technologies and fund, the construction process full of twists and turns. They proposed 2 times. During the late Qing dynasty, when the International Plague Conference held at Mukden during April 1911, the Central Hospital was put forward. But because of the fund was not enough, and the revolution of 1911 broke out, the Qing dynasty ended. This proposal didn't come into true. When the Republic of China founded, the new government supported this proposal firmly. From the first meeting to the opening ceremony, about 7 preparatory meetings was held. They set up the trustees of hospitals, including 15 trustees. The second meeting chose the hospital name, chairman of the trustees, and they elected the chairers. The third meeting chose the hospital design and construction. Also chose Hugo Liu Architects as the company to conduct the construction work. Fourth meeting mainly on fundraising. The fifth meeting report on the progress and fundraising. And the sixth meeting is on the completion of the construction. So the meeting decided the date of the opening ceremony. The 7th meeting was just before the opening ceremony, and elected Shi Zhaozeng as the hospital trustee, Shaw as the Tao Yulin as the supervisor of the trust, Wu Liande as the medical superintendent, decided the running expenses from vehicle license fee, monthly separated from the taxation bureau and the Chunmin taxation bureau. This is the cover of the modern hospital of the article. We can see that this picture is the central hospital Peking. Fourth part, I investigate the opening ceremony under the view of traditional Chinese medicine and the Western medicine. At this opening ceremony, President Feng Guozhang sent a message of congratulations and also gave a tablet. There are hundreds of leading officials and foreign diplomats and machines and other residents attended the ceremony. Because Feng Guozhang, the president of the Republic of China, there are some other reasons. He left Beijing to Tianjin, and so he sent Wang Zhenyao as his representative to deliver the speech. And the chairman of the hospital trustee, Tao Yulin, also because of his illness, and he sent a representative. Other Shi Zhaozeng and Wu Liande and other they delivered speech on the ceremony one after another. First, let's look at the speeches of Feng Guozhang. He first expounded the relationship between Western medicine and the civilization, emphasizing the necessity of introducing Western medicine, holding that the more civilized the world becomes, the more health will be emphasized and the more medical science will be advanced. Today, the research and development of Western medicine will be advanced and the rest of the world will take advantage. But he also stressed the importance of traditional medicine, emphasized that there are also a lot of innovations in ancient China, believe tradition, TCM coincide with the modern medicine. Just because dissidents, he also stated the reasons, just because the dissidents don't teach and study, then may make the traditional Chinese medicine interrupted. So suggest learning from the West medicine and expect the latest and the largest Peking Central Hospital with the most advanced facilities will fold the TCM and West medicine together in the future to make up the disadvantage of yin yang, and let the Chinese live better and die peacefully. The Lu Zhengxiang, Minister of Foreign Affairs, also delivered a speech. He also reflected the same connection like Feng Guozhang, but elaborately his understanding of Eastern and Western medicine from a more detailed level, seeing that he has been working in Europe for a long time and deeply feel that medicine is close with great harmony in modern times. When medicine scientists all over the world invented a technique with a lot of efforts and publicly, but both Chinese and foreign gentlemen are active to donate to establish hospital with generosity. There is no difference between China and the rest of the world owing to the national border. who also emphasized the medicine originated in China, was the most ancient, with a lot of famous physicians in ancient times. Since China entering into the modern times, physicians from all over the world come to China. Retained students studying in Europe, the United States, Japan become more and more hospitals built by Chinese foreigners in metropolitans are not scarce. Beijing is a capital, should have a large-scale hospital with a blend of Chinese and Western medicine. The promotion of charity as a model. The establishment of the center was based on this piece. Taurlin as the chairman of the trustee.
Your time is almost over. So your time is almost over. So you have a couple more minutes to finish.
Okay, a couple of 2 minutes. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
This is the speech of the Taurlin, and sorry, this picture I should especially mention. This is a souvenir of the opening souvenir. On the positive side, upper give the Beijing Central Hospital opening souvenir. A lower relief was the Shenong classic head, long beard, dignified manner, which is who is a famous ancient Chinese physician. On the right side is the relief cross was engraved with January, the year of the Republic of China. This is the visitors to the Central Hospital at that time. Concluding, the Peking Hospital was a modern hospital established from the social medicine undertaking and the background, the Western medicine transforming from traditional to a modern style. So first, through describing the process of proposition, planning, and opening, dig its pioneering significance in the nationalization of modern medical space in modern China. Secondly, by analyzing the speeches on the opening ceremony, investigate the conception of Western medical circle and social elites to traditional medicine and West medicine, traditional hospital and the Western hospital. Thirdly, by focusing on the appreciation of the first self the redefinition of hospital and discuss the social mentality among the national Western physicians and other social elites of this affection with the traditional medicine and the hospitals and the desire for modern medicine and hospitals owned by Chinese. It's not difficult to find the founding of the Central Hospital reflect the dual missions of nationalization and the modernization of medical species undertaken by the national Western physicians. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, everyone. That's all.
Thank you so much for very, very interesting paper, very rich paper with a lot of, well, different paths that I can see that I hope we will pursue in the debate. So again, if you have questions, please type them on the chat and we can answer them afterwards. So thank you so much, and I will give the floor to our last speaker in this session, Joanna Rustler from Aberdeen University. She is a PhD candidate there, and her research focuses on the social and cultural history of British railway workers on the home front during the First World War. And she studies that at the intersection of modern war and conflict. She focuses also on the history of medicine and the spaces in which all these things overlap. She has written about the impact of the new industrialized methods of warfare during the First World War and its medical consequences, especially upon the civil population. And today she will present her paper, Treatment on Rails, Britain's Hospital Trains in the First World War. So Johanna, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me here today and for the lovely introduction. So yes, my presentation today is called Treatment on Rails, Britain's Hospital Trains in the First World War. And it is part of one of my chapters in my doctoral thesis, where I'm looking at the labour history of British railway workers in the First World War and how the war changed their workplace and their working lives. And while I was researching the change in the workspace, where I'm focusing mainly on the production of munitions in railway factories and the production of armoured trains, I came across hospital trains, which were then built on a large scale for the very first time. While there is evidence for ambulance trains in the 1850s and 1860s, in both the Crimean and the American Civil War, there were usually unique pieces and more cattle trucks dedicated to soldiers than how we actually imagine them today. So this presentation pays attention to the transformation and the movement of space. And before I begin, I want to clarify that the term ambulance train and hospital train mean nearly the same, and I'm using them interchangeably. So the circumstances of the First World War created new physical and mental injuries and diseases, meaning that medical treatment facilities and patient transportation had to be developed quickly. Special trains were created in order to treat casualties fast and effectively while removing them from war-torn territory as quickly as possible. Now remember, the First World War was a war on an industrial scale, which created high casualty numbers that influenced new ideas of a desperately needed space to accommodate vast numbers of men, while treating, caring for, and transporting them. This meant that ambulances were made mobile by moving them onto rails, which ensured that casualties got closer to home, got treated by specialists as soon as possible, and relieved base hospitals at the front. Ambulance trains would transport the wounded and sick from casualty clearing stations, which were temporary medical facilities, to base hospital, ports, or specialist hospitals. And the ambulance train gave the treatment facility and the medics the opportunity to get to the casualties rather than the other way around. The hospital train was probably, after the stretcher, the most important first aid instrument in the war. And the challenge of adapting a hospital unit into a moving vehicle created a major task for the railway companies who were expected to build them. And it was an architectural experiment built by British railway engineers and mechanics who actually repurposed normal passenger wagons into medical treatment areas. While it was, especially at the beginning of the war, very rudimentary in design, the hospital on wheels was usually equipped for more than 500 patients and 50 members of railway and medical staff, including separate cars for pharmacies, treatment, including separate cars for infectious cases. Some even had padded cell cars for men who suffered from psychological effects of the war, segregated ward cars for officers and higher ranking soldiers, staff cars for doctors and nurses, personnel cars for railway staff, kitchen and pantry cars. Social class was still very much enforced on these trains, and higher ranking military officers enjoyed more comfort and more space than lower graded soldiers. As you can see on the right side here, there's the perfect comparison between the two carriages. When a patient boarded the train, first his temperature was taken and a form was filled out. This recorded his name, his injury or ailment, his temperature, diet, and suggested treatment. This form was then pinned to his pillow while loading other patients into the carriage. On these trains, journeys were usually very long, and provisions such as medication, food, and bedding were always difficult to find. In France, most often the trains were formed of two sections, an ambulance section of French-produced wagons and a hospital section of British-produced wagons. The ambulance section consisted of 5 coaches for sitting up cases, coaches for personnel, and 1 van for infectious diseases, which were all built in France. The hospital section consisted of 5 ward cars, kitchen cars, a pharmacy car with dispensary, even an operating room, and 1 coach for staff, which were built in Britain. Now, the first, according to an officer's diary, were the green trains, which referred to the vehicles compiled from French carriages. The painted green trains were numbered 1 to 11. The second group was numbered 12 to however many coaches they were detached, and they were painted in a khaki color with the classic large red cross on white background on all sides of the carriage and also on top of the roof, so they could be easily identified from the ground and also in the air. Interestingly, these trains were usually very long, and some of them apparently were even 1/3 of a mile or half a kilometer long. And platforms in most stations across Britain had to be lengthened or specially built to accommodate them. And the khaki-colored coaches all communicated with each other with one long through corridor. In the British Medical Journal, an article was published on ambulance trains in 1923, stating, "In the memory of most medical men who served in France, as in that of most combatants and most departmental officers and men, the term ambulance train in France must mean a long corridor train, of which all parts, when the internal doors were open, were visible from end to end. An ambulance train in France must seem to them to have been, as in fact for several of the later years it was, a moving hospital on wheels." Now, this quote shows that in the first months of the war, the ambulance trains were simply made up of what the railway companies had to spare, which were usually first, second, and third class passenger trains where patients could sit, and freight and luggage coaches for the lying down cases. These improved, however, over the course of the war. And what I find most interesting here is that these companies did not build the ambulance trains from scratch ever, but they prepared and rebuilt them from already existing rolling stock. This process, however, still took up to 6 weeks. And as the war went on, War Office medical authorities were also consulted during new drafting processes to make the trains as efficient as possible. At the beginning of the war, the British Army had only 1 hospital train available, and after some time, first some improvised carriages and later more and more advanced versions were being brought over to the Western Front, and some also stayed in mainland Britain. Now, the railway industry in Britain was very competitive at the time, and there was intense rivalry between the competing companies. And for propaganda purposes, to keep morale among railway workers high, the ambulance trains that stayed in mainland Britain were painted in railway company colours in order to be distinguished from the others. And they received great admiration, especially when some of them were put on show in large railway stations before they were actually brought into service, and people had to buy tickets in order to see them and walk into them. So the trains were all built by different companies who had their own idea of how ambulance trains should look. They were definitely not all of the same quality. Some were wider, some narrower, some had very small windows, some had big windows but they couldn't be opened. Some had better ventilation system than others, some had fans, and some even had underfloor heating. But all gangways were wide enough for the passage of the patient being carried on stretchers. And the continuous corridor made sure that from all parts of the train, the patient was able to access the operating theatre. Now, not all ambulance trains had operating rooms. However, when they had them, they were really only used for life-threatening emergencies. For example, when a patient had serious injuries and would not survive the journey to the next hospital, simply because the train had to stop for surgical procedures to be carried out because of the vibration of the train while it was moving, which obviously then endangered the lives of all other critical passengers if they had to wait even longer for their arrival at the next hospital. Some of the coaches' interiors were painted in white enamel, and had electric light throughout. Others had mahogany-lined compartments and upholstery of dark maroon leather. So the quality definitely differed from each company. Now, one excellent example of an ambulance train is the kind used in Britain, which was built by the London, Brighton and South Coast Railway Company. It consisted of 16 coaches, 2 kitchen cars, a pharmacy car, 4 ward cars, 5 sitting up cars, 1 for infectious cases, a staff car, a personal car, and 2 brake vans. Accommodation was provided for 144 collapsible iron beds and 384 sitting up cases. The train weighed over 400 tons, and apparently its equipment was the final word in comfort and convenience. A report on it said that the absence of vibration, the ease with which cases could be taken in and out, the facilities for carrying patients to the treatment room, the arrangements for the staff excited the greatest admiration in the numerous places where the train was put on show before it was brought into service. All railway companies devoted their utmost skill and care to the ambulance trains, and each pitted itself against the others in providing the best. While funding in space constantly restricted facilities inside the mobile trains, the staff lived and worked in railway spaces more consistent with the needs of the wounded soldiers. Later on in the war, especially on the khaki trains, offices, dispensaries, dressing stations, and isolation wards and pantries were fitted in the old toilet cubicles. When looking at ambulance trains on the Western Front, these trains made journeys from small stations close to the trenches to field hospitals, other hospitals within France or Belgium, or went across the Channel to Britain. Now, these trains were taken to the port of embarkation. Each car had to be raised from the rails, slung around over the vessel on which it was making the cross-channel journey, lowered onto the deck of the ship, and then secured so firmly that there would be no danger of the car falling overboard. However, not all ports had such a crane able to lift such heavy railway carriages, which weighed on average 28 to 30 tons. And most often the wounded would have to be transported from one ambulance train to an ambulance or hospital ship, and then onto another ambulance train. And since only a few railway companies had their tracks in the southeast of England, leading up to Dover and Southampton, the War Office and the railway companies were able to dedicate special services to specific stations in London. So ambulance train traffic from Dover and Southampton came only into Charing Cross, Waterloo, and Victoria stations. And there, the wounded and sick would be unloaded, the walking cases could alight themselves, and the lying down cases were carried out on stretchers to then be transferred to other ambulance trains to continue their journey to specialist hospitals across Britain, which were usually preferably close to the soldier's home address. And for example, the Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway Company, which was mainly operating in the north of England, conveyed over 800 ambulance trains over the whole course of the war up until April 1919. Now, this graph shows how many patients were transported via boats and trains over the war years and during demobilization. By the end of 1918, there were in total 51 ambulance trains in service, of which 27 always remained in Britain. And simply looking at the year 1918, when more than 400,000 patients were transported in just over 2,300 trains, which means that on average, only 180 patients were on each train load. However, according to archival records, occasionally during large engagements, such as the Battle of the Somme in July 1916, more than 1,000 patients were transported in one ambulance train, which was only designed to hold under 500 patients. In an article published in 1921 by the British medical journal The Lancet, it is written, "During a heavy engagement, thousands of wounded would be collected at a casualty clearing station, many more than the available accommodation would hold, and many more than the medical and nursing staff could cope with, even working 24 hours a day. For the use of ambulance trains, it was possible to keep selected and urgent cases at the clearing stations and yet be sure that the remainder would immediately get food and medical attention, and that within a few hours, they would be right away from the battle zone at base hospital. So despite the government and railway constructors' efforts, these trains were not always sufficiently equipped to cope with the scale of the wartime emergency, and overcrowding proved a persistent problem, where some stretchers were even placed 3 deep on the floor because they had to fill all the space possible. So in most cases, it seems as if these trains were originally designed to treat patients. However, they ended up taking on a role where evacuation was the main aim. Railway workers had to think on their feet and develop machines that were vital for the war effort and was beneficial to thousands of soldiers. Hospital trains offer an excellent example of ingenious solutions to the problem of space and mobility. Although imperfect, they provided a workable solution for evacuating mass casualties from a battle zone to relative safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's a very, very interesting material, and I'm sure there will be a lot of questions for you. So now it's time for the debate, and we can start with your questions whether in the YouTube chat or in the Zoom chat. And I definitely have questions and comments for all the speakers, but I want to open the floor for our attendees to put their questions in the chat. And we already have 2 questions for our first and our third speakers. So I will read them for you in case they got lost in the chat. So our first question from YouTube chat from Hervé Didier Christophe Baudry. It's a question for Adela Caldas, anatomy room in the São José Hospital. And he asked if you could come back to the question of the anatomy lessons at the hospital, if they are documented at the end of the 18th century.
So, Christina, thank you very much for your question. I'm sorry, but I can't. I can present you and assure you that so image from anatomy room, real the spaces of Hospital St. Joseph were completely remodeled during the 19th century. And so the anatomy room that in the plans I present was in first time in the second floor, changed the place. And I don't know the plans of last years of 19th century and 20, so I can say where it is. And unfortunately, I don't get any images, so paintings, for instance, engravings from the interior of hospital. So only the plans I present you. However, there are a lot of documentation about St. Joseph Hospital, and not so much perhaps, but important information about anatomy lessons, about the professors that administrate the classes, and about the way to select barbers, because in the beginning were barbers, how to select the barbers to frequent these anatomy classes to begin surgeons. Okay?
Thank you so much. There's also a question for John Chang. about the reception of Western medicine by patients at Peking Central Hospital. So Caroline Rockcliffe asked if, do we know how those who were treated responded to it? So if we had any patients' narratives about these changes? You're muted. Yeah.
According to the limited material I have seen, most give a positive valuation on the central hospital. From the patients in the hospital, such as the last emperor of the Qing dynasty and the Prince Duan and the other high officials treated in the hospital, we can see that the level of diagnosis and treatment maybe is high. Of course, not all the patients are natives. There are many cases of foreigners we can find from the reports at that time, but I can't find the medical record of them because the medical records lost because the history in modern China is very tutorial. So the medical records were lost, but we can find from the news in newspapers at that time. There are many cases of foreigners treated in the hospital.
Thank you so much. And we have two questions for Samrita. The first one from Anna Peterson about the chanting that was part of medical care, and if these chanting were written down and placed on the patient as part of treatment. And
thank you, Anna, for your question. Actually, these dharanis, mantras are part of very secret rituals. So very few people used to know the efficacy of the mantras and these dharanis. And actually, the number of literacy was very low during that time, and these rituals were part of very esoteric practice. So it was not supposed to expose it to publicly or to everyone. So so far as the evidences are concerned, we don't have such evidence which shows that those mantras were written on the body of the patient. And most importantly, the demarcation between the ill and the healed is dependent on the level of enlightenment. So here enlightenment is spiritual, is not just physical and psychological, it's also spiritual. So that's why we don't have such evidence to say that mantras were written in a secret part of body or anywhere else. But there are some manuscripts all survived, such as I chanted the Lapis Lazuli Radiant Tathagata Vaishajya Guru Sutra. There are more manuscripts which talk about the medical treatment, the healing service. For example, Bimala Kirti Nirdesha Sutra, Suvarna Prabhasa Sutra, etc. And those manuscripts travel to China, Southeast Asia. So these manuscripts survive, but we don't have any evidence. So we actually don't know whether these mantras were written in the body of the patient. I have a second question. Thank you for the question.
There are also two questions that are somehow related, so I'm going to put them together for Samrita and also for Lee. So for Samrita, if the hospitals in India continue nowadays to care about the spiritual and psychological treatment along with the physical one. And also Chiara Mascardi was asking both of you about this contraposition between traditional medicine and Western medicine. And if traditional healthcare of both China and India somehow survives to the introduction of the Western one, if it's still studied and practiced, and if there was exchange of knowledge between the two traditions of healing.
Firstly, after the intervention of the British, the colonizer, the healing practice of the Buddhists was called as magic. So the perception of the healing practice completely changed after the intervention of the colonizer. And then Western way of medical treatment came into existence. But the problem is we are living in such a country where many people, many poor people are deprived of Western modern medical treatment. So we actually don't know. I mean, the tribals group who are residing in the forest area, they actually they collect the herbs and they use it for their purpose to heal themselves. So we need to conduct an ethnobotanical survey, and we need to correlate it. We need to correlate it with the canonical literature. So many Susruta Samhita and Charaka Samhita, which give elaborate methods of healing. So we need to do an ethnobotanical survey, and as well as we go to the text. So we combine both of the methods. And so far as the modern way of treatment is concerned, I don't know whether they use the Buddhist mantras to heal anyone. I don't know.
So about China, do you want to respond?
Sorry, I didn't know. Sorry, please wait. In the Peking Central Hospital, because it's designated to the Western medicine, there's no traditional medicine in the Central Hospital. The other hospital maybe there's traditional ones, but in Central Hospital there's no traditional medicine.
But and for both of you, because this is a question that also interests me, and so I'm using my moderator privileges. There was not any time where there was any kind of regulated attempt to merge both traditions, or to try to come with the best of both, or to mingle students for both traditions, or so it was always a question of one or the other healing tradition, or there was any attempt of merging or exchange knowledge?
I think they are from the perception from the perceptions of the physics and the different, maybe the cognition, there are some difference from between the patients and the physicians, especially the West physicians trained abroad. they in modern times they are very objected to the traditional ones, but from the patients, maybe the Chinese they accept both of them at most of the time. But you know, also there are the traditional physicians, traditional Chinese physicians in China at that time, and also the traditional China now. Also, there are many traditional Chinese physicians. We now in China we all accept them as them both, accept both. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
And we have also two questions from Joanna. First one is from Adelia Caldas, that she didn't knew the existence of medical trains. And she's asking for how long, did this function? And Joanna Pinto wants to know if nowadays they are preserved as part of medical cultural heritage or not.
Thank you for your questions. Now, the first one, these trains in a military context were also then used in the Second World War, obviously in a developed and advanced version than the one from 20 years before that. They are no longer in use now, but I know that in some countries in the world, ambulance trains are still being used, especially for societies that live, or small societies that live far away from medical facilities. So they're more being used as in a humanitarian causes rather than in a military context. And the second question, there are brilliantly preserved hospital trains from the First World War, especially in the National History Railway Museum in York here in Britain, and they just had a big exhibition on ambulance trains, and you could actually walk into the carriages and have a look at it. So yes, there are brilliantly preserved ones available.
Thank you. I also find very interesting what you mentioned, that they were put in show already at their time, and people were buying tickets to visit this, what I guess it was show as medical advances or technological advances. So that's very interesting about the perception of these.
Yes, I also thought that was very interesting, and I was very surprised when I found out about it.
Yeah, and I also wanted to ask you about medical theories, because you mentioned that these trains were very different. Some of them had big windows, some of them small windows, some of them were very narrow. And did they take into consideration some kind of theoretical issues in order to develop these trains, or were mainly things about how fast or how heavy or how many people would fit in those trains?
I think it was definitely the latter, of more how heavy can we go, how many we want to try to fit as many people in there as possible, and as many instruments and seats while it's still being comfortable. So I don't think there was any theory behind it, except the probably few points that the medical authorities told them to include. And then, as I said, because it was a very competitive environment at the time within the railway companies, it was all down to design and who basically had the fanciest or the prettiest or brightest interior and exterior.
That's also very interesting. So like the show and the people visiting them.
Yes.
So much. I don't know if there are more questions in the chat. I definitely have some questions to continue. And it is actually a general question for all the speakers. and it's a question about politics and the management of territory and space, because you show very, very different cases. So we had the hospital in Lisbon, that it gets moved, and also how in the documents there say that it is convenient that the city as Lisbon will have such a hospital. We have the case in India where we have this kind of monastery that, if I understood correctly, they are quite isolated, although in between different urban settlements, so as kind of nodes of healing. Also, in the case of the Central Hospital in Peking, you mentioned that the funding was mainly social fundraising and donation, but I was wondering if there was some kind of centralized initiative, idea from the government of how we should construct a hospital, where, why, and how this will manage the population. And of course, for Joanna, how the First World War changed absolutely these conceptions about even borders and how to manage population and bounded in a scale that is not national anymore at the end. So if you want to develop something about that.
Yes, shall I try it first? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. In case of Nandadirghi Vihara, which was established in 9th century CE, is located in the interfluvial area of two rivers, the Tangan and the Punarbhava. And the names of the water bodies are also mentioned in the land grant charter. Okay, so the monastery is situated in a relatively upland, which is called Barind upland, and the local inhabitants used to stay in the flood-prone zone nearby the river, and there were so many water bodies in and around the monastery and the settlements of the local inhabitants. And there were two cities on the west and on the east of Jagjivanpur, the Bangar and Mahasthangar. Those are urban centers. So during the monsoon, the course of the river changed, and the local inhabitants had to migrate from their place, but they again returned to their place. And because of the placement of the monastery there, they could come to the monastery, visit there, and they could have the service of healing from the monastery. So monastery played a very important link between the Pala regime, because the land was tax exempted. The Pala regime didn't take any tax from the monks, but the local inhabitants actually provided the necessary the necessary items, especially the vaishajya or the herbs and robes and items to copy the manuscript, the Pragya Paramita. They used to the land grant charter mentions that the local inhabitants used to supply all these things to the monastery. So maybe the local inhabitants had to migrate during the monsoon season because of the flood, but they again returned, and they actually went to the monastery. And because of the help of the assistance of the local inhabitants, the monks could live there. And the monastery actually played the role of a link between the Pala monarch and the subjects of the Pala monarch. Thank you. I don't know if I satisfied you.
Perfectly, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think from the perspective of the elites and masses, Central Hospital is a very elite one at that time. This because I think there are some reasons. Because at that in modern time, at that time, the middle class is very little. There are very little bourgeois in China at that time. So the most donors from the senior officials. The secondly, because the elites were most of the elites was absorbed into the government, such as the Wu Liande, who was a PhD from the University of Cambridge. When he came back to China, and he was just when the plague of 1911 broke out, he was designated the medical officer to fight the plague, and was absorbed into the government. The thirdly, because at that time the officials, they know the outward more than the ordinary people, so they know the Western medicine was more effective than the traditional one. So the Central Hospital is more elite than, yeah. That's all. Thank you, Elena.
By elite or private, right? Like private funding more than public funding.
Yeah, private funding, yes. So we can see that the next the hospital through the social funding was set up in China, was the Ciências that hospital mostly also was proposed by the officials in China. Yes, though through the social funding from private, mostly they are senior officials, not ordinary people.
Thank you so much.
Hello. So I have to say that when the first public hospital was built in Lisbon in 1495, finished with the private little or small hospitals, which were made by particular donation. And after the construction of All Saints Royal Hospital till nowadays, so Royal Hospital of All Saints was transferred to St. Joseph Hospital, and that's still maintained, that still exists and works, and during all the time from 18th century to the actuality. So this public hospital is, how to say, a state hospital. Portanto, the funds came from Crown first and then from Republic governments.
Thank you so much.
I think ambulance trains are the best, the development of ambulance trains is the best example for how these railway companies had to think on their feet and adapt to the new circumstances. And due to the shortage of available wagons, they then came up with this this alliance between the British and the French, that each side would build their own wagons that then would be connected. So I think that's the best example for this international, allied cooperation that they created. And just to address Fritz Dross's comments in the chat, there were also German ambulance trains. There, as you said, there were Russian ambulance trains. So they were very common at the time because they were the best and fastest vehicle at the time. And what was interesting, I think, which also connects to your question, Elena, for example, the Russians in general had a different gauge size, so the width between the tracks. Now they built this because at first they didn't want anyone to come into their country, but this was then one of the first times where they realized that their trains could not leave their own country, and they had to develop a system of how to then change their track width to especially then use these ambulance trains.
I had this problem too for many years of the width of the tracks, and not only for ambulance trains. Thank you. There's a very last question from Joanna Pino for Adela. Adelia, about if the medical community had a participation in the discussion about the architectural feature of St. Joseph Hospital. Adelia, you were muted.
Okay. I don't know all the documentation of St. Joseph Hospital. It's a big documentation of hundreds and hundreds in National Archive. But I saw some documents that how to say that proves that in the first decades of 19th century, the hospital direction or the hospital managers asked some doctors to study how the hospital how to prevent or to finish the high mortality rates that still continues. Of course, the St. Joseph Hospital was, for the time of the construction, a modern hospital, but it has many problems, and during the 19th century, these problems appeared. So some doctors study the problems, for instance, the large infirmaries, and present proposal to divide the wards and to how to say, the wards in the first time communicate to one each other. And so they separate them and create small wards because this was much more comfortable for the patients. Also, there are some documents very interesting that show how to say, the clinical equipe of the hospital studied the possibility of new therapies and new technique to improve how to say, better care to the sick.
Thank you so much. And I think we reached our time. So I wanted to thank all the speakers for all your very, very interesting presentations, and also for this rich debate at the end. And if the organizers don't correct me, I think we will stop here and we will resume in 15 minutes. We have now a 15 minutes break. So again, thank you all, and thank you all the participants also for the questions and the interest, and making this session a very, very fruitful one.
Olá, Paulo, bom dia.
Olá, Edith, bom dia. Está boa?
Está tudo bem. E por aí?
Também, muito obrigado. Não a estou a ver, só a estou a ouvir.
Mas eu tenho a câmara ligada.
Tem a câmera ligada? Ah, pronto, tudo bem.
Tenho.
Então diga quando é que quer que eu comece.
Espera aí, agora... Ok, não.
É
Tá
quando
aqui
a Edith disser.
Sim, sim. Aí está aqui um
São
slide
três
trocado.
pessoas. São 3 pessoas, não é, Edith? Em vez de 4.
Só um bocadinho.
Sim, sim.
Acho que sim.
Sim, eu ontem recebi a informação que eram 3. Eu agora já vejo algumas pessoas. Olá, Joana, bom dia.
Bom dia, Paulo.
Como vai? Tudo bem consigo?
Tudo bem, obrigada.
Oh, good morning, Anna. Anna Peterson, good morning. Hello.
Hello, Paulo. It's good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Está quase.
Sim, senhor.
Pode começar.
Obrigado. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. We will start now section 6 of our international conference, Hospitals in the Cold War. I will introduce the first speaker, Dr. Andreas Jutman, from the Charité Institute for the History of Medicine. Andreas Jutman worked as a research assistant at the Institute for History and Ethics of Medicine at the University of Halle-Wittenberg and received his doctorate in 2015 at the Institute for the History of Medicine at the Charité Berlin. Since 2016, he has held this position at the Charité Institute for History of Medicine. We will have the pleasure of hearing now Dr. Andreas Jutman. His paper has the title, The West Berlin University Hospital Steglitz as a Political Issue, the Realization of a Supposed United States Hospital Culture in the Context of the Student Movement, 1957-1974. Please.
Thank you very much, and bon dia. I'd like to introduce you today in one of the 3 university hospitals in Berlin. So now the sun came out and don't expect it there today. So I have to go a little bit to the left. We have 3 university hospitals in Berlin, and the development of one of them, the Steglitz Hospital, is not only very exciting because of Cold War, but also because of 2 paradoxes I want you to introduce. The Steglitz Hospital is a symbol of the politics, foreign politics of the US in the Cold War. The US name, or the English name for the hospital is Berlin Medical School, as in the title, but in Germany, in Berlin, it runs under the name Campus Benjamin Franklin. It's part of the Charité University Hospital family. And only today the name Franklin, Benjamin Franklin, is an indication about the former connection to the USA. Yes, but why the United States originally financed such a prestigious hospital in an outskirt of southern Berlin? That is something, that's a question I want to present today to you in detail. I try to share my screen. I can hope you can see it. you can imagine the situation in Berlin after World War II. Well, much of the medical infrastructure was destroyed by bombing, by the invasion of Red Army. And after the war, I'm sure you know that Berlin was a city under the administration of the four victorious powers, the US, UK, France, and the Soviet Union. And the Allies had an interest in to restore the healthcare in the city, in the whole city area. But because of the shortages or the poor sanitary infrastructure after the war, the disease was rampant among the population in Berlin, East and West Berlin. And the Allies was feared that their own soldiers became infected about that situation. And the hospital situation wasn't powerful enough to care for them. So you can imagine of 234 pre-war hospitals, after the war only 29 hospitals with 9,000 beds was available. So we have a great loss of beds in that situation. And the main problem, one of the main problem was the city administration was divided after there's a currency reform in Germany in 1948, and that's the reason the first step of the splitting up of the both city parts, East and West Berlin, also has an impact on the administration. And also, the problem was that the university was the main university of Berlin. Today, the Humboldt University was in the eastern part. Also, the Charité University Hospital was in eastern part. And West Berliners could still be cared in that facilities, and also West Berliners work at the Charité. But it was about the one fact is the administration. The other fact was the education that was problematic. And in 1948, in the West Berlin part, in the US-controlled sector of southwestern Berlin, the Americans founded with fundings from the US a new university, the Freie Universität, Free University. And also medical education was restarted, but the university was a kind of subtenant in existent municipal hospitals all over the city, and these were also the problem. The locations was the students have to travel over half an hour between some places all over the city by subway. So it was a very problematic situation, and also they are still scarred by the effects of war, the remaining hospitals. So the calls for a new building in Western Berlin became loud, and at first the city have to rebuild, the economy started up, and so it took a little bit time, but there was first plan to build a new hospital, a municipal district hospital in southwestern Berlin. Southwestern, because of the only full functional hospital in southwestern Berlin was used by the US Army. Southwestern Berlin was the US sector of Berlin. And that was the reason that the West Berlin city administration planned to build there a new municipal non-militarian hospital with 600 beds in the district of Steglitz. And however, it became clear that it wouldn't be possible to build an efficient modern hospital without the help of one of the victorious powers. And so in the spring 58, the mayor of Berlin at the time, Willy Brandt, later incidentally Chancellor of Germany, approached to the USA, to the authorities, and asked whether it would be desirable to build a hospital in Berlin as a further proof of American interest in city future. So that's the first political impact in that building plan. And it was a peak of the Berlin crisis. I think you heard of it, the Khrushchev ultimatum, the first time Soviet and US tanks faced each other at the city center of Berlin. And that's one of the reasons the US side said quickly yes to that project. But they had one condition. They want to build an university, modern university hospitals with over 1,200 beds. And suddenly, about that first question from Mayor Brandt in Washington, everything happened very quickly. The foundation stone was laid in the next year, in October '59. But what was the motivation for the Americans to build a hospital in Berlin? As maybe you know, the CIA and the US State Department started a cultural offensive in early Cold War. And the CIA is not only the foreign intelligence service, also it was responsible for cultural and scientific export of US ideals in other foreign countries, especially in Western countries. And the American ideas were to be disseminated worldwide. That was the plan. And the CIA and the State Department financed buildings programs, especially in Berlin, to express in Berlin the guarantee of the US administration for the freedom of the city of West Berlin. And a lot of the projects started in 1950s, and also there's a peak when the Berlin Wall was built in 1961. And for a further symbol of the close ties between, that was the meaning, the motto there, between West Berlin and the USA. The agreement between German administration, the university, and the US State Department was very quickly reached. As you can see, both telegrams from 1958. But there's one first paradox, maybe. There was a foundation, the US Foundations, Benjamin Franklin Foundation, BFF. The abbreviation in social media today stands for best friends forever. Maybe it's a kind of coincidence. But this foundation was not only the building owner, it was the center of all plannings. So the foundation in Washington was responsible for the entire construction, furnishing, operational planning. And there was also a supervisory board with German and American architects, physicians, lawyers, staff from the Berlin Senate and German government, but also from the US State Department. And how much influence the US State Department has in the project, there are a lot of extensive records in the National Archives in Maryland. So a lot of also other US institutions was integrated in the planning. John Hopkins, you know, and the American Institute of Architecture, and also the US healthcare system, Blue Cross. And all of them are be part of the Benjamin Franklin Foundations and the work on the Berlin project. And also there was a travel program for physicians from Western Berlin, and in addition to the construction, and there were trips to chief physicians to some US university hospitals. And the Germans were to be convinced of the efficiency of the US healthcare systems, and they should transfer ideas to Germany. And I think it was not only about to export modern US technology, to sold modern US technology, but also to sell ideals and ideas of the US medical schools. So the bedside teaching, or a more egalitarian model of teamwork in a hospital between physicians and also between students and nurses, that was new in the US. And in Germany, in post-war Germany, it was very rare, because every chief physician had his own hospital pavilion, and he was some kind of king in his realm. and exchange also with other disciplines was very rare. And this new type of collaboration, this new US type of collaboration, was the plan for the design for the new Berlin hospital. Also in the architectural design, the plan was to build a hospital in a compact building with several floors, all under one roof. That was the expression, the motto, and that was the contrast to the classical pavilion system of pre-war Germany. And it's called, as you know, a departmental system, and as a building, they want to build a building with short distance cooperation, flat hierarchies, democratization, and more technology and mechanization. That was quite new in Europe and also quite new in Germany, and it was the special combination was the second model was it become a working organism. And it was the first German Großklinik, large hospital with 35,000 patients per year and over 1,200 beds and 40 nursing units and 7 special departments. So the first type of a large hospital type, what became in the 70s very typical for building programs in Germany. To the architects. The BFF commissions a very young architect, Arthur Quentin Davis, and Davis had obtained his bachelor in his hometown, New Orleans, at the Tulane University, pictures right at the bottom. And then after the military service in World War II, so my video stops. So, okay. In World War II, he went to Harvard for graduate school and to the Graduate School of Design. And after the graduation, he went back to New Orleans and started his first firm with Nathaniel Curtis. You know him from his undergraduate years. And Arthur David at Harvard, he studied under Walter Gropius and Marcel Breuer. Both came from the former progressive German Bauhaus and had to fled to the United States to escape the Nazis. And for Gropius and Breuer, David was a very, very, not only student, but more close contact. They visit each other very often. Also, both came to New Orleans to visit Davis in his private house. And so Gropius and Breuer nominate Davis for admission to the American Institute of Architects. This is a prestigious nationwide architectural association, US association. And Davis, in his work, followed Gropius' architectural approach. And as may you know, Gropius also built some planned hospitals and a lot of university buildings also in the USA. A little bit of a video problem. I'm sorry for that. Yes, so the German Bauhaus in the 1920s in Germany, before Gropius and Breuer went to Harvard, there was the first try to build an art school, where all artistic and technical disciplines are worked under one roof together, develop an overall project. And this idea Gropius transferred to the idea of building hospitals. So this underlying all branches in one hospital. And back to New Orleans, when Gropius started this work with his companion Curtis, he advertised his FLUL company with his training under Gropius. But presumably, I think hardly anyone in Louisiana knows the German Bauhaus at this time. And that's a part of his first promotion from the archive. Back to Berlin. The foundation stone was laid in 1959. Agreement was reached to build that US-style building with the US architect to implement the US concept. And the topping out ceremony was 5 years later. And there was a discussion after the topping out, the first disagreement between the US and the Germany side, the German authorities, Davis wants to clad at the Berlin hospital a screen. A screen is a sunshade, a privacy screen in front of the windows, and the screen was highly modern in Louisiana and on the southern states of the US, because air conditioning wasn't quite perfected in the 50s like today. So the screen kept out the direct sunlight, and that was one reason. The other reason was a trademark of Curtis and David in Louisiana to build hospitals with that screen. And so this was no wonder that the two want to implement that screen in Berlin. But the Germans feared that is too dark in the hospital. The blinding contradicted building standards, German building standards. And there was the first discussions, but the US authorities prevailed. The US note have to be clearly recognizable on this building. As you know, the climate in Berlin isn't like in Louisiana or in Lisbon. So in fact, the buildings are darker than it should be. And similarities between the Louisiana hospitals from Curtis and Davis and the Stieglitz Hospital can seen also today. You can see it on that part is the Golden Meadow Hospital on the top, and on the bottom Berlin Stieglitz, and you can see that part of the hospital also on the side of the Stieglitz Hospital. So incidentally, there was also similarities with the US Embassy in Saigon in South Vietnam, picture on the right corner, and it was also planned by Curtis and Davis. And that brings us right to the next topic. The opening of the new hospital in Berlin took place in October 1968. And after a trial run, a few months later, the first patients arrived. But the inauguration was, of course, highlighted by a lot of US celebrities, and it was highlighted as a propaganda action. Political and military people from the states came to the opening, and the opening speech was given by Henry Cabot Lodge. It was a new US ambassador in Western Berlin. Previously, he was in South Vietnam. But the whole idea of propaganda didn't work out. After the death of a protesting Berlin student, Benno Ohnesorg, in June 1967, the tempers under the students, also the medical students, ran high in the West Berlin student bodies, and there was mass protests all over West Berlin, not against only this established system, also against the US and its role in Vietnam War. It was a peak at the time. If you see the My Lai massacre took place before opening the clinic, but it wasn't not public at the time of the celebrations. But it's the peak of the whole Vietnam War, and the opening of the Stieglitz was nearly parallel. So you can imagine that this grand opening ceremony with the US celebrities was not really positive in the student body. But it came to the start of the first summer semester, but the students are very dissatisfied with the new hospital. Because the medical student wasn't part of the planning commission, the new image of self co-determination this was an affront that the students are wanted to invite to be a part of the commission. And but the first thing, it was very curious, the students demanded to fully implement the US concept. So they want more participation, flatter hierarchies. They want to involve in organizations. They want more personal responsibility. And at the same time, they are the main critic of the US and of the US war. So that was the first problem. And another problem was that the planning program was set own private wars with tax money for the chief physicians, and there was another criticism of the students that the staff worked at the government expense, and the chief physicians received a part of the income as an add-on. But side fact, so the students demonstrate for the new US model in the education and in the model in the hierarchies in the hospital, but at the same time they protest against Vietnam War. In contrast to the students, the population of Western Berlin accepts the hospital model very well, and the new technical standard, high technical standard hospital in post-war Berlin. So the dissatisfaction remained in the following years. The mood between students and in the student movement and the chief physicians remained tense, and that was a headline in the German magazine The Spiegel. The mood is bad and aggressive still in 1972. A change didn't occur to the next year, 1973. There was a role model. The whole Freie Universität, Free University in Berlin, was the first assistant. Rolf Kreibich became president of the university. And so after that role model, an assistant physicians became a new medical director of the whole hospital in 1973, only for the fact that the chief physicians boycotted the elections, and the entire staff are now allowed to participate in the election for first time, and all they choose Frank Matterkas for the first medical director, who was assistant physician. Under Matterkas, the first the first reforms began, so mediation between students and the Senate, more democratization, flatter hierarchies, introduction of new progressive subjects like psychosomatics or medical sociology. So there's a new hope to implement the US ideas like bedside teaching, or to make the departmental system to work in the hospital under Matterkas. But there was a deselection in 1974. Chief physicians take newly part in the election again, and in some full professors regain power after that. Nevertheless, some innovations remained after that in Steglitz. I think what's US probably like least was that the modern hospital, often known as a socialist kind of house, because there are a lot of participation of all non-medical professions and students, and there was a lot of university politics and union activity in this hospital until the 1990s. However, the house became a little place of discussion and some kind of a new freedom in the flatter hierarchies in the hospital after the war. So instead of a conclusion, I want to present you the two paradoxical intentions of the Steglitz hospital system. I want to show that the Steglitz hospital was originally it should pass off as originally US innovation, also by the design of the US architect Davis. But its original idea was based on a former Bauhaus ideal, going back to Walter Gropius, to a German idea from the 1920s. And the second paradox was the student movement, the Speak in West Berlin, critics of the USA, especially the role of the USA in the Vietnam War, but they helped to implement a model, a US hospital model, a more egalitarian teamwork model, which was favored by the US government. Yes, and today in Berlin, the hospital is known as Benjamin Franklin Hospital, part of the Charité, and I think it's an exciting example for the lines of conflict or for sub-paradoxes in the Cold War, and how they were reflected in higher education and also in the building policies of the time. And nevertheless, I think it's set a trend for a larger hospital, for Großkliniken, for large hospitals in Germany, maybe also in Middle Europe, And also it's important for the German medical education because it led to reform the medical university education to more an egalitarian style, to bedside teaching, the smaller groups, to more discussions and for new subjects. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting paper. Let's hear now our second speaker, Ed Devane. He is a third-year PhD student in the Center for the History of Medicine at the University of Warwick. His project is building the National Health Service, planning publics and Britain's new state healthcare facilities, 1945-1974.
Hello, thank you to the organising committee for putting on this conference, and it's done such a great job. I know how challenging it is to run these kind of events. And thank you, Andreas, for that great paper. I'm not going to concentrate on architecture so much as attempts to kind of change design and work with architecture that's considered bad. So this paper will concentrate on hospitals as model spaces by focusing on British attempts to make bad designs function better. In the early 1960s, modern, highly serviced tower block hospitals came to be viewed by planners and the public as bad designs. Spaces like these required greater inputs of labour from Britain's Commonwealth to facilitate processes of professionalisation and specialisation. The Cold War, Britain's diminishing global role, and the rise of exclusionary post-colonial views of community popularised more sceptical attitudes towards science, technology and medicine. Under these contexts, the National Health Service, which I'm now going to refer to as the NHS, the staff and waiting lists of hospitals there comes to be constructed as a problem. External think tanks are appointed to resolve popular anxieties about hospitals. Due to political pressure, UK government research and development funding is transferred from warfare into welfare. Knowledge, technology, and views of social psychology developed for the military-industrial complex are imprinted on the NHS to make modern hospital spaces better. I'll be using a case study in Coventry of the Institute for Operational Research, and this is a public policy think tank which developed one of the first hospital computer programs to improve labour efficiency and regulate staff morale. This study not only tells us how hospital space aggravated structural inequalities, but how planners attempted to manage these tensions. Buildings did not simply fail, but evolved unevenly, and this was something which was bound to historically specific representations of popular anxiety. So, completed in 1968, the Walsgrave General Hospital in Coventry was one of the first entirely new NHS hospitals built in Britain. In 2007, an oral history project conducted by the Centre of History of Medicine at Warwick collected people's views on the building. One radiologist recalled, "It's the fault of planners who plan these magnificent buildings without a thought for the cost of running them, what changes there'll be in it because of the different ward shapes, the different arrangements, how to get patients from the far end of one ward to the operating theatre at the other end of the hospital requires staff. These long wards with cubicles, nurse stations, you couldn't see what was going on at the far end of the ward. Patients would be dying at the far ends of the ward and no one would know except for their neighbours." So what does this testimony tell us? It's recalling how the transition from open wards, the so-called Nightingale style, to closed racetrack wards with cubicles requires greater inputs of labour. Tasks which used to be done by a group of nurses now have to be subdivided into non-qualified assistant and auxiliary roles, and that type of staffing expands, and that's why it's considered to be problematic. So here's another statement from a former endocrinologist who works at the hospital when it opens. In 1971, Coventry wasn't so bad. But even then, there was quite a big immigrant population living in the city with low standards. A lot of the medicine was quite gross, late presentation of disease and that sort of thing. There was quite a lot of that. So it wasn't a very healthy place, but that suits doctors. That's what they're for. And for our own interest, of course. Everything had gone into the Walsgrave, the new hospital, and there was, of course, no medical outpatients because there was no space and we'd have to wait for things to improve. And they did design another clinic around that we had there, which was better, but it was still very poorly designed. And I didn't think it was very good. And I never liked working there. So I should say, at the time this testimony is collected, there's a scandal at the Walsgrave Hospital in 2007, where a consultant says the design of the ward is causing patients to die and it's not being noticed. So even 30 to 40 years after the building's completed, there's still controversy raging about racetrack ward design. But I'm arguing the hospital did prove capable of adaptation to change, and this testimony kind of alludes to that. The real reason why it's regarded as problematic is because its development is congruent with rising inequality, racial tensions, and the contraction of private industry in the city. And these buildings become invested with anxiety because they appear to benefit from that context. So what's the source of this feeling? In the post-war period, there's a lack of hospital building experience in Britain. When the health services are nationalised in 1948 to form the NHS, Walsgrave planners in Coventry, they go on a tour of Spain, and this heavily influences the design that they produce. They look at hospitals that are constructed by Franco's regime. And although they note these buildings are like overly grandiose and completely understaffed because they're so huge, they're confident that they can make this type of design work because they're planning to develop a medical school in Coventry. And the whole reason why they're building a new hospital in Coventry in the first place is that it's a blitz city. It's really heavily dependent on armaments and aircraft manufacture. So it's targeted during the Second World War for bombing. It's nowhere near as bad as what happened in Berlin, but there is a loss of roughly half the hospital beds in the city at the time. So this is supposed to be the solution to that problem. So by 1956, a design based on this tour of Spain has been finalised and a site has been acquired for building. But across Britain, there's a freeze on expenditure for social services because Britain is rearming and investing all its money in arms manufacture. So until 1959, there's no progress on building. So this delay contributes to an accumulating mood of anxiety. In the 1950s, polling data and hospital statistics appeared to support the neglect of reconstruction. One 1957 survey finds 95% of patients questioned are satisfied with waiting times to see a specialist. The same year, the Ministry of Health's annual report claims waiting times have improved during the first decade of the NHS. However, by the 1960s, this has changed. Coventry's increasing material affluence and also increasing levels of poverty draw impressions of public services lag. The city underwent one of the most rapid population growth seen at the time in Britain. Formal imperialism is supposed to have ended, but the revival and long boom of the armaments and automotive industry requires global input of labour from the Commonwealth. Academic, political, popular discourse begins to see the city's reconstruction, which is largely dependent on private consumption and international conflict, basically, is producing undesirable social outcomes at home. Residents decry a lack of public amenities for anything other than shopping and work. Racial tensions increase, and both cause the local labour movement to fragment. As early as 1961, aircraft and missile manufacturers, which are huge employers in the city, begin laying people off because the government is starting to end its contracts. So in Coventry's popular press, people from the Commonwealth are accepted as vital contributors to reconstruction and even the expansion of the service sector. Early NHS data on staff and their country of origin is limited to ad hoc samples. And one in commentary reveals that more than half of doctors working in the hospitals have qualified overseas, many in schools established by colonial authorities. This pattern is reflected in other highly industrialised cities in the north of England, like Sheffield. The number of nurses coming to Britain per annum increases from 6,000 in 1959 to 19,000 in 1970. Yet popular acknowledgement is double-edged because it sees broader anxieties about Britain's uneven and tenuous economic growth shape these non-white bodies as transient, unskilled and sickly. In the absence of any statistical evidence, racial politics is the reason why people speak of staffing shortages and long waiting times when hospital labour force is actually expanding and space is becoming more and more abundant. So in 1964, the Coventry Evening Telegraph describes a crisis in the city's hospitals. In terms of a collective skin, it describes them as the single major blemish marring the shining image of progressive Coventry. Centrally, in 1965, the Indo-Pakistan War contributes to fears amongst medical unions and the Ministry of Health that doctors in Britain will be recalled to serve. Harold Wilson condemns the conflict and suspends arms and aid to India and Pakistan, which damages Britain's ties with both nations. As this extract on the slide shows, these kind of tensions manifest in attitudes to the building of new hospitals in a really interesting way. The reason why is because hospitals are seen as a source of anxiety because they increase an existing dependency on population transfers from the Commonwealth. And it's precisely in these areas where Britain's influence is declining. So finally, I'd like to talk about attempts to address this anxiety, the so-called bad design, by making hospital space function better. So in the early 1960s, the UK government continues disinvesting from research and development in the arms industry and instead starts pouring money into the social services. External think tanks staffed by former defence intellectuals are formed, promising to address controversial aspects of public policy. For many of these experts, a chance to transfer from the military-industrial complex to health policy might have been motivated by contemporary cultural critiques. Systems theorists like C. West Churchman and Russell Aikoff argue that new mathematical disciplines founded in the Second World War, like operational research and technologies like the computer, have been used for increasingly illiberal purposes and were too elite focused. The idea that experts and technologies like the computer were used for just simply to support the conclusions of company directors and generals, that's a caricature that's seen in popular culture and films like Dr. Strangelove, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. And it's exactly this kind of public view of advisors as impractical and unaccountable that prompts the formation of the Institute for Operational Research in 1964. The Institute's founder, Neil Jessup, hopes to gain prestige by working to address so-called social problems and stresses in public services. And one of these, revealingly, is seen in an internal memo that's highly relevant to the context of the modern hospital: the employment of immigrant workers by social systems which cannot accept them. So what does this work look like? The Institute for the Operational Research arrives at Walsgrave Hospital in 1967. Their researchers reinterpret emotional conflict between the hospital and community by modeling emotions and human relations as a kind of closed system, like a computer program, basically. And in this kind of depoliticized view, waiting lists and ward management are seen to be the root cause of anxiety rather than racial politics. The Institute develops computer programs which can predict the planned occupancy of the hospital up to 2 weeks in advance based on input data like waiting lists and patient conditions. These are two of the first types of computer programs used in healthcare settings for this kind of purpose. Experts hope that decreasing the time taken to see a doctor will increase the public's satisfaction and thereby indirectly aid the retention of staff in hospitals. The broader context of labour relations, including the increasing unionisation of nursing and the tendency of technology to de-skill people is not considered at this time. So as time goes on, Walsgrave Hospital's computer kind of reaffirms a separation between different grades of nursing and ancillary staff. An informal colour bar exists on senior positions of nursing before these experts intervene in the hospital, and it's something that's been developing since the Second World War and the nationalisation of health services. Hierarchy is strengthened in 1966 by the Salmon Committee on Nursing, led by the chairman of the Lyons Confectionery Company. It recommends that registered nurses, the very top nurses, should act as managers, and it creates more senior grades for them to progress to. And it's exactly these roles that non-white nurses are blocked from informally. So Walsgrave's hospital computer, by allowing predictions and recorded trends in hospital activity, it enables these nurse managers to run the building with an increasingly casualised supply of labour. So by the 1970s, the Institute for Operational Research is becoming increasingly dissatisfied with the use of computers in this way. It's not what they intended. One researcher, Michael Luck, found in critical evaluations of the double racetrack ward, nurse managers have been unwilling to accept research which found that design differed from use, and they blocked further investigations into the effect of technology on staff morale. Another major blow had been that the proposed reorganisation of the NHS in 1968 sidelines operational researchers for management consultants who promised more of an emphasis on cost cutting. By 1970, the Institute for Operational Research's director lamented that we find ourselves confined to fiddling about in the health service in minor ways. So I'm going to conclude now. The planned hospital cannot be said to have failed in a simple way. In Britain, new buildings were sometimes regarded as bad because they increased the dependency on population transfers from the Commonwealth. Expanding the use of new technologies and outsourced expertise for the NHS created a limited kind of dynamism attuned to the 1960s context of the Cold War and Britain's declining imperial role. Think tanks like the Institute for Operational Research aim to make hospital spaces better and ameliorate community relations. However, they did so without critically questioning the source of popular anxiety. Accepting a reliance on non-white bodies as a problem, researchers at Walsgrave instead found they'd inadvertently created a computer program that allowed the hospital to process ever faster throughputs of patients with increasingly casualised supplies of labour. The remodelling of hospital space allowed expansion throughout a period of sustained global macroeconomic change and neoliberal political reforms. It tells us how the welfare state managed to do so by adopting a kind of depoliticised approach and highly technical solutions that obfuscates this dependency on marginalised populations. And this is an approach really which has endured and prevented structural reform of the health services. That's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your interesting paper. Let's hear now our third and last speaker, Dr. David Fries from the University of Münster. The rise and fall of the medical megastructure, hospitals of the future in Cold War, Western Germany. Dr. David Fries is a medical historian at the Institute for the Ethics, History and Philosophy of Medicine at the University of Münster. He is a PhD in History and Civilization from the European University Institute in Florence. Please.
So yeah, hello, thanks for having me. I'll start by sharing my screen. Hope you can see it. And Okay, don't see any. Yeah, okay, seems to work. And well, this paper is part of a bit of a larger project exploring the history of the medicine of the future in Cold War Germany. The goal of this specific paper is to look at the history of the large-scale West German university clinics. We've heard a bit about Berlin-Steglitz, which will also feature prominently here, that were built after the Second World War through the lens of historical temporalities. How did ideas of time, progress, and the changing relationship between medicine, technology, and society frame the way in which new hospitals were planned and perceived? More specifically, I examined these hospitals as symbolic spaces of medical futurity in West Germany. So I try to kind of intersect both space and time in the context of the history of hospitals. Architecture plays an important role in this story. From plan to actual building, architecture always has an eye to the future, and this was particularly true for hospitals, which had to anticipate the medical needs of decades to come already in the planning stage. Moreover, hospitals were concrete places where high-flying visions of medicine of the future came to be inhabited by physicians, nurses, patients, visitors, and other staff. My focus is on the large-scale university clinics built from the end of the 1950s to the mid-1980s. In the beginning, these hospitals were greeted as harbingers of a medicine of the future. 2 decades later, they were widely perceived as anachronistic hulks. These hospitals became material embodiments of the future of medicine on which both utopian and dystopian visions could be projected. To illustrate this story, I will look at 2 prominent examples in particular, the first and last of the large hospitals built in West Germany, the university hospitals of West Berlin and of Aachen. Well, let me begin with a rather general question. What is the place of the hospital in the future of medicine? There is a long history of planned, imagined, and utopian hospitals. In the key text of utopian thinking, Thomas More's Utopia, for example, hospitals and the care they provide are one of the features of the imagined ideal society, although there is no indication that Moore imagined them to be anything else than regular, contemporary, but available hospitals. In the modern age, however, the imagined future of medicine clearly happened outside of the hospital. One reason is that hospitals hardly seemed like a place of medical progress. Even after the hygienic revolutions of the late 19th century, pre-antibiotic hospitals were dangerous places best avoided by those who could afford it, and the post-antibiotic hospital may again become such a place. Visions of medical progress and the medicine of the future were about overcoming the hospital, either through prevention or through modern technology that would render medicine essentially placeless. From the late 19th century on, the future of medicine was often an anticipation of present-day telemedicine. So this is the physician of the future, 1925, and all of us right now. This is another example from Fritz Kahn, the same physician. Moreover, building new hospitals was not about creating a genuinely new kind of medicine, but about improving on the old, with more beds, more windows, more light and air, and better heating. The still relatively small role of medical technology meant that older buildings could often remain in use. This began to change in the mid-20th century. In 1942, the British physician David Stark Murray, one of the intellectual fathers of the NHS, observed that until then, hospitals had been built to last for centuries, but that tomorrow's hospitals would have to be adaptable to rapid medical progress. In the second half of the 20th century, however, the future of medicine moved to the hospital as high-tech medical centers became sites and symbols of medical futurity. There are at least 3 reasons for this new interest in the hospital of the future. The first one, medical progress was happening at great speed, but many of medicine's new capabilities were based on machines that were complicated to use, expensive, large, heavy, shifting technological future of medicine back into the hospital, the use of the Betatron particle accelerators in radiotherapy being one prominent example. The second, and we come to West Germany, as well as other European countries, new hospitals were again built in large numbers. The war had left many clinics outdated or severely damaged, and the construction of new hospitals became part of broader efforts of reconstruction and urban renewal. In West Germany, university clinics, however, followed with about a decade of delay, due mostly to the complex federal frameworks and costs. And well, the third reason for this emergence of the hospital of the future is that several economic, technological, demographic, and cultural developments culminated in the boom of the late 1960s. The decade saw enormous optimism as well as novel approaches to the prediction and planning of the future. The construction of new hospitals became intertwined with this new concept of a plannable future. But after the boom, these buildings became a target of rising concerns about the loss of humanity and the cold efficiency of modern biomedicine in the late 1970s and after. Well, the first construction, and this brings us to this image, of an entire university clinic in Germany began, as we've heard from Andreas Juttermann, in Berlin, in the southwest of Berlin, in 1958. And I'll just skip a few sentences about the architects and the context, which Andreas has mentioned a lot more profoundly than I can do here. Suffice to say that this was a pretty complex international thing. So this is the organigram of the planning structure. And at its inauguration in 1969, after a decade of construction, the finished hospital was certainly imposing. A brutalist complex with many floors hidden behind a concrete screen, representing a human vertebral column, below two enormous superstructures housing the patient rooms, which I've been told are supposed to resemble a human lung. So the idea of the hospital as an organism is really embedded in the architecture. The building itself is kind of a concrete organism. From the beginning, the new clinic was publicly framed as a hospital of the future. And there are several reasons for this. Well, one was size. As a hospital building, the Klinikum Steglitz dwarfed any other clinic in Germany. But what was more remarkable was that the entire functionality of the hospital had been crammed into a single structure, from treatment areas, laboratories, patient beds, teaching, maintenance, and administrations to visitor areas and shops. This integration of a diverse set of different areas and functions into a single building with a shared infrastructure marks the first step toward the hospital as a genuine megastructure. At a time when physicians saw the unity of medicine threatened by increasing specialization and differentiation, hospital planners made an emphatic argument for cooperation among disciplines and a unified medicine of the future. But the building was also full of high-tech, including two technologies that were particularly relatable to the domestic experience of the late 1960s public: a live color broadcast from the operating theaters and a computer-controlled kitchen for the preparation of frozen foods, the two technologies that were also entering the domestic field. In 1969, the series Gesundheitsmagazin Praxis of the second channel of German public television devoted an entire episode to the new hospital titled Berlin-Steglitz Hospital of the Future, the question mark at the end. For copyright reasons, I'm not showing you any clips, but I briefly describe what's going on there. There was at least some ambivalence about a new building. Was it an overproportioned anachronism, or in fact the future of healthcare? The documentary, however, quickly answers in the affirmative and reveled in technological marvels and streamlined efficiently, but it went further than that. What made Steglitz a hospital of the future was not just its architecture, automatization, and technology, but the underlying principle of centralization and cooperation, which promises the democratization of German medicine after a model imported from the United States. So the future of medicine here was political as much as it was technological. And politics played an important role. And again, I'll skip the short part, which Andreas has done better than I could do. But Steglitz, that's the important part, marked the beginning of a trend. From the late 1960s to the mid-1980s, several German universities, Munich, Hanover, Cologne, Göttingen, Münster, pictured here and visible out through this window, and others built large new hospitals, each of them claiming to be the largest and most modern in the world. As hospital size and medical progress seemed directly correlated, the construction of these new hospitals gave rise to visions of the even larger and even more advanced clinics that would house the medicine of the future. Addressing the 5th German Hospital Congress in Düsseldorf in 1969, the medical historian Heinrich Schipperles prophesied that, and quoting, "Tomorrow already, hospitals will become those radiant landmarks of cities that once were the cathedrals and today are the banks, truly icons of civic welfare and monuments of modern healing technology." End quote. Schipperles, who had recently co-founded a futurological research committee on medicine in the year 2000, spoke of the gigantic medical centers of the next millennium, of the giant healing cities of hospitals, of hospital machines consisting of self-learning mattresses, and of the disposable hospitals of the futures built from prefabricated plastic elements. As Schipperles was well aware, modular replacement was an important theme in late 1960s medicine of the future. In medical futurology, the imminent development of functional artificial organs was expected to create semi-synthetic human bodies, cybernetic organisms or cyborgs. At the same time, the kind of architecture that was perceived as futuristic, from real buildings like Moshe Safdie's Habitat 67 to hypothetical concepts such as Richard Dietrich and Bernd Steigerwald's Metastadt, was based on prefabricated modules that could be replaced to repair, improve, and extend the structure. These visions of future modular bodies and future modular buildings were directly connected. In Alvin Toffler's futurological bestseller Future Shock, modular replacements of architectural elements and body parts are both characteristics of future society, and indeed actually a pretty bad film adaptation of the book. Habitat 67, seen here on the left, and future prosthetics are shown side by side. Another prominent example are the aptly named Japanese metabolists, a group of avant-garde architects around Kenzo Tange. Kishu Kurokawa's Nagikin Capsule Tower is widely considered as one of the prime examples of modular and adaptable architecture from the late 1970s. Capsules, what we're speaking about them, came to play an important role in the future hospitals, were envisioned that in the future hospitals would become gigantic modular machines made of disposable parts was a well-accepted idea around 1970. And in 1972, a German television documentary, again omitted for copyright reasons, about the future of medicine, explained that by the year 2000, hospitals would use self-contained climatized capsules to convey individual patients between treatment, rest, and visitor areas. The capsule hospital was a particularly radical way of rethinking the entire infrastructure of your future hospital, and was actually based on a recent US patent and a genuine space-age vision. After the moon landing, NASA was pressured to develop terrestrial applications for its space technology, and the hospital capsules were one of the ideas that were floated. The basic premise here was to use space technology to create a controlled ideal environment for patient recovery and to maximize the efficiency of hospital operations. The notion of a healing environment, of course, was not new. Generations of hospital planners had attempted to create environments that would facilitate patients' recovery through natural lighting and air, aesthetically pleasing surroundings like parks and gardens. The capsule hospital took the idea of the healing environment one step further and sought to create perfect climate conditions for each individual patient. At the same time, patients would be turned into isolated units that could be moved through the hospital smoothly, efficiently, and without any encounters, solving the problem of contagion and hospitalism. The capsule hospital was, however, also an example of utopian technology turning into a medical nightmare. Even if we ignore that inventors envisioned miniature nuclear reactors to power the capsules, this hospital would have been the epitome of dehumanized machine medicine, isolating and objectifying patients. These were the visions of the future of medicine that public and medical opinion turned against in the early 1970s. In the early 1970s, the technological optimism of the late 1960s fell out of fashion, and large parts of the public became increasingly concerned about the direction of technological and medical progress. In the wake of Ivan Illich's medical nemesis, fierce criticism was leveled against real and expected diagnostic and therapeutic overreaches of modern biomedicine. By the end of the 1970s, the increasing skepticism about the use of high-tech therapeutics coalesced into the WHO Declaration of Alma Ata, which marked a global shift away from a hospital-centric view of medicine towards a broader understanding of health as a medical, social, and political goal, dressed again in the futurological language of health by all by the year 2000. The swing from techno-medical euphoria to disillusion sometimes happened faster than work at the construction sites. Even before being completed, the new hospitals in West Germany were already considered as relics of past futures. In Münster, for example, this is the image on the right, a study blaming the architecture of the new clinic for devastating effects on the psyche of patients and staff led to a short but pretty fierce controversy. The trend towards centralization that began in Berlin culminated in the new clinic of the Technical University of Aachen. Planning for an enormous 1,600-bed hospital near the Dutch border had begun in 1969. 2 years later, the construction project began, led by architects Weber, Brandt and Partner, and conducted by Neue Heimat, a publicly owned construction company that had mainly been responsible for much of the housing construction in post-war West Germany. Weber, Brandt and Partner were already responsible for the construction site in Münster, and initial plans for Aachen had consisted of an enlarged version of the same model with its combination of a flat basis housing the treatment areas and characteristic pairs of round towers housing the patient beds, which in Münster offer impressive views of a markedly unimpressive Westphalian landscape. Instead of Münster's 2 towers, early plans for Aachen had 4, so 4 times what you see on the image on the left. Quickly, these plans were abandoned in favor of a more radical vision of medical high-tech architecture, a fully integrated and air-conditioned complex that crammed the entire range of modern biomedicine, university clinic, and a medical school into a single structure. Advances in air conditioning allowed the entire hospital as a single unit with a controlled environment. As the British architect Peter Buchanan recognized, Aachen's new clinic was something new, the first genuine medical megastructure. The characteristics and aesthetics of Aachen's University Hospital mapped precisely on the concept popularized in 1976 by Rainer Benham, who described the megastructure as a structure of great size that was modular, extendable, flexible, relying on prefabricated elements. But in the 1970s already, the concept of the megastructure had a distinctly temporal dimension. Benham's subtitle polemically frames these built and unbuilt structures as urban futures of the recent past. Aachen used a vastly different architectural language than Berlin-Steglitz. While in Berlin, the hospital had used a concrete screen to hide what was actually a fairly conventional functional building, Aachen went the opposite way and stripped the building down to a giant machine. Brightly colored conduits and ventilation shafts dominate the facade, and installation covers are clearly visible on the outside and inside of the building. At the time of its construction, the architecture was widely considered as cold, technologically oppressive, but in recent decades, there's been a reappraisal. The building is now listed as one of the main examples of technical modernism in West Germany, together with the Centre Sciences Pompidou in France. The colorful and playful side of the architecture is increasingly recognized in a recent piece in the LRB. Jonathan Mead traces the aesthetic back to the utopian avant-garde designs of the architect group Archigram. The technology of modern biomedicine was out in the open, became the building's message and aesthetic signature. This also means that the conception of the clinic in Aachen relied on another idea of the future. In Berlin-Steglitz, the planners had adapted their master plan repeatedly to account for changes in medical technology. Here, the accessibility of the technological infrastructure of the building allowed, in theory at least, permanent adaptation to different uses in a basically open future. In the language of German hospital architect Robert Wicher, this was not just a hospital of the future, but also a hospital that was open to the future, ein zukunftsoffenes Krankenhaus. To some extent, the clinic realized the modular vision of future architecture that became popular in the late 1960s. However, in the case of Aachen, neither this aesthetic nor the inherent promise of an ever more efficient biomedicine were well received. Unlike in Münster, where the controversy remained local, Aachen's new hospital was mired in national scandal. From the beginning on, the construction project conducted by Neue Heimat ran into various difficulties. Problematic construction sites led to increasing cost overrun and massive delays, and the sheer size of the building caused complications of its own, such as an excess of windowless rooms in the interior, which ran counter against industrial safety and health regulations. There were also concerns about the usefulness of 1,600 bed hospital in a medium-sized or 250,000 inhabitants city, especially so as the neighboring Benelux countries had no shortage of hospital beds of their own. In Bundestag debate of the early 1980s, the term Aachen became a byword for waste, misplanning, and gigantism. But more importantly, most of the most acrimonious attacks against the clinic and the architecture targeted the kind of medicine that it represented. To offer just one example of many, and this is where this image comes from, in 1983, medical journalist Hans Halter used 5 pages of Der Spiegel to pillory the new hospital as the most hideous thing built in Germany post-1945, a grotesque hulk evoking image of, quote, a nuclear factory, refuse incinerator plant, CTL plant, or armament factory, end quote. Halter saw a structure full of technological violence. Begin to quote, embraces gun carriages, bunkers. It is as if the clinic declares war on its patients, end quote. Quoting an unnamed physician from Aachen, he declared the architecture of the hospital a single attack on human dignity. And it would not have been Der Spiegel had the text not been littered with comparisons to the Nazi Westwall nearby. The hospital building itself became the expression of a hostile and dehumanizing ideology of the past medical industrial complex. So against the medicine of the 1980s, what is leveled here too is a comparison to Nazi medicine as dehumanizing medicine, which really goes through this whole text and this whole reading of the architecture. But Halter was optimistic, as even before the hospital was fully operational, he had already seen trees overgrow the structures, a romantic revenge of nature against technological overreach. And this is where I'm concluding. 3.5 decades later, reality is, of course, more complex than these simple dichotomies. Aachen became the last medical megastructure in Germany, but it is not an overgrown ruin, but a renowned hospital. Although its age is more clearly visible, the same is true for Berlin-Steglitz, which is now the campus Benjamin Franklin of the Berlin Charité. Despite initial apprehensions, staff and most patients have grown accustomed and even warmed to these buildings. As much as the exuberant utopianism of the late 1960s had its time in history, so did the anti-technocratic fervor that succeeded it. Today, both live on, but our hopes and fears about the future of medicine are no longer projected onto these hospitals. Instead, as these buildings reach the end of their lifespan, the questions that arise about renovation, replacement, and conservation. And this is the end of my talk, and thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for your interesting paper. We have now a few minutes of debate. Questions to our speakers? Please. No questions? Well, if there are no questions, I think we can.
No, Paulo, Paulo, you have one question in chat.
Ah, yes. Please, Edith.
No, you have, you can read it in the chat.
Deixa-me lá ver se eu a encontro.
Do you see?
É aqui no chat, mas eu não está aqui nada.
I can ask if it's necessary.
Yes, I think it's
okay. To Andreas, The West Berlin University Hospital influenced other university hospitals or other hospitals in general in terms of architectural and spatial organization?
It has directly influenced the, I don't know if you know the hospital of Munich, Großhadern. And it was not only influenced architectural, but also the medical director of the Berlin Klinikum went to Munich to implement his ideas in Munich with a new form of organization without the student protest. As you know, the Bavaria at the time especially was not so a powerful student movement. It was more conservative, and so his ideas can be reorganized, and that was one of the hospital who has a direct influence of the Steglitz hospital.
We have also a question from Anna Peterson.
I have one example of a lot of chief physicians who worked before they came to Steglitz, worked in a pavilion-style hospital in Berlin. And in Steglitz, they was very, very irritated about that their rooms are as big as the rooms of the nurses nearby, and it was problematic for them that they have not this their realm and the large rooms and to demonstrate their power in the ward. So that was one of the emotions that I've got on the interviews.
Yeah, I can say something. I think one interesting thing is that the generational conflict lines don't necessarily run as we would expect them in late 1970s Germany. So when it comes to technology, it's not necessarily young people or early adopters and more optimistic about technology than the old ones. It's rather the other way around. And so I think the old doctors, as far as I saw, didn't really have the problem. That's the generation that plans and builds and hopes for these buildings. It's a generation that comes after that levels the criticism. So like in the student protests in Berlin, where much of the protest comes from the doctors of tomorrow, basically. So the doctors of the year 2000, who then level their criticism against what's being built for them. And so the generational conflict, there is one, but it goes in the opposite direction of what you would expect.
Edith, está aí?
Diga, Paulo.
Joana.
Sim.
Joana,
quer que leia as perguntas?
A Joana pode ler, que eu não estou a perceber isto aqui.
Ok, sim.
Sim.
From Monica, a question to Andreas. You showed a picture from the FLUL building. Can you tell more about it?
I wrote already in the chat, FLUL was an architect from Bauhaus, and he was with the chief physician Paul Vogler on the commission to rebuild the post-war healthcare system in Berlin. I erased that part in my presentation for time to get in time, but I forget this photograph. But also that is another way back to the Bauhaus from the healthcare system history, and it's a new topic. Maybe next year, and I have the chance to speak more about FLUL.
Okay, from the YouTube channel, Karsten Timmerman, I have a question for David, following up on where he finished his talk. What directions are the discussions about conversations taking? Conserve or demolish?
A moment. Karsten, also change. It's not conversation, but conservation.
Okay. From the cases that I know, the pendulum seems to swing towards conservation. So this was a huge debate in West Berlin, so whether to conserve the Berlin Steglitz Hospital, which is more than 50 years old in its core, pretty basic building. And you see the age. If you walk through it, you really can see the age, but the architectural importance of the building has been recognized, and it's being conserved. In Münster, the whole building is clad in white plastic now, which makes it look like its own computer simulation, but basically the core is intact. They're really even keeping this kind of panoptic structure of the walls, this round form and so on. Building an entirely new hospital still is a lot more expensive than renovating these 1960s structures. And in Aachen, it's a listed building, and it's been extended. I think it's, from all I know, after they had to remove a lot of asbestos in the 1990s, which was hugely expensive. The building has proved to be pretty adaptable. And you really see it when you walk through the building. You have these accessible maintenance shafts everywhere. It's basically like a Star Trek thing. You can really just lift off a cover, and you have all the technology behind it. And this seems to be working pretty well. So the building by now has a really nice helicopter pad on the outside, and is still in use and still maintained. So the pendulum really seems to swing in the direction of conservation for aesthetic, architectural, historical reasons, but also because these buildings are pretty much still usable. So in the 3 examples at least.
To Andreas and David, what role did these modern mega hospitals play in the process of suburbanization of the sciences? In Munich, one reason of the new big MPI for biochemistry moved to the suburbs was that they wanted to be near the new Großhausen hospital.
So now also answered in the chat, but I can tell you, and Steglitz is a very special example. Steglitz is now not a suburb; it's more a kind of a downtown, but not downtown, but a outskirts part of downtown Berlin district. And this is very isolated. The scientific campus of Max Planck Institute of Freie Universität is in Dahlem, and Dahlem and Steglitz are around about 2 or 3 kilometers. So around the Steglitz Hospital, there was no other scientific institutes, so there was no motor for this suburban progress. And also there was they want to, for the suburbanization for the inhabitants, they planned to build a subway to Steglitz, but it's also the plans aren't to there was no realization of these plans, so it's not an interesting place for new institutions or scientific institutions in Steglitz. Other as in Großhadern in Munich.
And I'll add that I think this is a process that begins much earlier. So even in the late 19th century, early 20th century, hospitals aren't really built in the city center. They're already built outside, almost a century earlier. And often it's on these old structures that modern megastructures are built. Münster is one example where the new clinic basically attaches itself to the 1925 clinic next to it. Or the other example would be East Berlin, where the huge high-rise of the Charité, of the East Berlin Charité, is really built on the campus of the old Charité. So they really use the spatial structures and location of 19th century, early 20th century hospitals. And so I say the suburbanization probably has more to do with medicine becoming more scientific, science becoming more interested in medicine, so both moving closer to the same laboratories, so they move closer, but the hospital moves out of the city. Is a process that begins much earlier, and it hasn't necessarily much to do, except for example, for Arte is different with these new hospitals, not in the 1960s to 80s.
Another question from Diana. We have learned that the environment can contribute to recovery. Did anyone ask patients at the time what they thought of such huge hospitals? Was there any access consideration given to the landscape and gardens around the hospitals and their contribution to recovery?
May I answer this? So in the project I was talking about, asking patients how they felt about this controversial building was originally part of the plan, but there was an organisation in the UK called the King's Fund that was already undertaking that kind of survey. So it wasn't done in my case study. But landscape was actually really important at this time to buildings, but the way it was thought about would be different to how we would think now. Planners basically assumed to know what the public would want. They didn't think to directly consult people. So in the presentation of the hospital I showed, although it's a highly serviced tower block, in the actual publicity material, there's always horses and trees everywhere. So landscape and the effect of it was understood in those really broad political terms about reassuring people about a newly nationalised service. That's my answer.
David or Andreas, do you want to add something to this comment of Diana?
Yeah, the question of other experts. No, there was still one earlier. I think there is some opinion surveys about hospitals going on in Germany in the 1960s, 1970s. At the time of the planning, I do not know of any attempt to really get in touch with future patients. It's a group that's a bit difficult to organize, to find. Of course, but there are gardens. There are these ideas of Berlin-Steglitz, for example. There's wonderful gardens on the inside, actually. You didn't see it. So it's kind of this Japanese-inspired concrete meets nature garden, which are actually pretty beautiful. Like Aachen, too, has some kind of oasis of green inside this huge structure. So gardens still play, parks still play a role in both structures. They're not necessarily visible from the outside, but there's some consideration given to these aspects.
But today in Steglitz, the garden are in very poor condition. So today you didn't see anything about this plannings of the yards in the hospital was to now they plan to rebuild it, but and today it's not very beautiful.
Okay, from Anna Peterson to Ed, do you see the same kind of future hospital discussion happening as they rehabilitate those older buildings?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's really interesting. In Britain at this time, because Coventry as a city has a real lead over other areas in physical reconstruction, its entire city centre is rebuilt in the 1950s. New housing estates are built in the 1950s. So a lot of rebuilding has already happened by the 1960s. So the whole planning thought is turning to social interventions rather than physical buildings as being the future, and how to make buildings work, because they're seeing the population, there continues to be rising crime, conflict between people, the performance of the local Labour Party who leads reconstruction, and all these futuristic physical built schemes, their electoral performance declines. So that the case study I'm showing is in that moment where there's kind of a shift away from physical reconstruction and more of a focus on data and mapping how people move around these buildings and using kind of psychological interventions and technology to try and force them to work. Yeah, hope that makes sense.
From Monica to Andreas and David, when did architects actually start involving experts from other disciplines in hospital planning?
In Stiglitz, very early, the commission board was organized, which was organized by BFF, was directly between physicians and architects. So the exchange, the idea exchange was begins very early in 1958, 59.
Yeah, and there's some Germany-wide trends in the late 1960s, or I would say already earlier. A hospital is a hugely complex project for any architect. So never build a hospital is actually kind of an architect phrase that you hear repeatedly and read repeatedly. And so I think it's pretty early that experts from other fields, especially medical experts, which really know about the uses of the structures, are involved. You can see this very clearly if you look at journals like Das Krankenhaus or so, where they always, you see that there are always a lot of other stakeholders in these debates. And what you have is both in Düsseldorf and in West Berlin, you've got institutes for hospital building. So there's one in Berlin at the Technical University, I think headed by Robert Wicher for a certain time. And they are pretty close to questions of public health and hygiene. And on the other hand, you have this Deutsches Krankenhausinstitut, DKI, in Düsseldorf from the mid-1960s, late 1960s onwards. And they're pretty interested, for example, in computer structures, IT, all those things. So you have these centers of hospital plannings which try to branch out into other fields in a formalized way pretty early.
Okay. I think we have a comment made by Sarah Leonard. It's not a question, writes Sarah, it's more a comment. To have, I had the experience of training to be a nurse at University College Hospital in London, in the old building with big Nightingale wards. They certainly had their advantages. We could see everyone and the windows could open. The hospital was built to ensure good ventilation. The new University College Hospital building is hermetically sealed. In the new world where we are so aware of ventilation and fresh air, is there any merit in revisiting these ideas?
Yeah, absolutely. That's so interesting to hear about. I'd love to speak to Sarah, I think it was. I think as historians, there's definitely always a point in revisiting these examples and looking at why ideas change. I think it's really closely related to politics. It's the same as landscape that we were talking about before, and how that has come back into fashion in the 90s. Fluid, yeah, it's really interesting about ventilation. That's now absolutely top of the agenda. There's people on the SAGE committee for the UK government's coronavirus response who are studying ventilation in buildings. And yeah, absolutely. I imagine they'll be looking at the history of the Nightingale wards. I think that person's called Professor Catherine Noakes, if you wanted to look up more about that.
Okay, from Magnus to David and Andreas, thank you both. maybe Munich is a weird case since most laboratories were still built downtown in the early mid-50s. And even the plans for what later became Grodenhatten preferred a downtown location in the 50s until they realized that they were running out of space. Any comment? It's not really a question.
No, I'll add directly by adding not a weird case, but a weirdest case actually of large hospital construction, which of course is in Vienna. The Allgemeines Krankenhaus, which is a planning catastrophe, runs from 1950s to the 1990s, is expensive, is a huge scandal, and is as central as you can build a structure of that size. So it's inside the S-Bahn ring of the city. So it's really as close to the center as you can build a structure of that size in the 1950s, 1980s. That's one strong example against the suburbanization, which is it's really close to the existing labs and the existing medical infrastructure. But that's just as an aside.
Andreas, do you want to add something, or?
I added already a conversation to Berlin, but it's not the same like in Munich. In Berlin, the city senate preferred first a new hospital in West End. That's more near to the S-Bahn ring. It's the same like in the city, more city center part of Berlin, but it was in the British sector. So it was also a political topic that the new hospital has to be built in the American sector in the south, southwest of Berlin, and not near to the existing hospital area about around West End. That was a reason that it was more more far away from downtown. But it's not the same like in Munich. So I think we can compare it as well. But yeah, I answered him already.
Okay. So I had a question to David too. It's a little bit related to the question of Marina. If these hospitals of the future that you told us about considered the surrounding environment, they are integrated in a more wide process of urban planning, or they are isolated buildings?
For what I've seen, these are usually isolated buildings, basically due to the whole size of it. What you rather have, an example would be Münster, where you have the old infrastructure of hospital open 1925. There, the new hospital kind of adds to the old structures. So this is what you have. As I think you've got more contexts of older hospitals than necessarily really urban surroundings. Of course, these buildings have to be accessible by a public transport and all that. So the infrastructure has to be there. Where it's really clear would be Aachen, where it's basically one block built on a pasture outside of the city, and it really hasn't anything to do architecturally. And architectural starts too with a city that is close to it, and it gives the hospital its name. So I would say it's not a huge topic.
Okay. So, any other questions or comments on our papers, presentations of this session? If there isn't any other questions or comments, we will take a break until 1 o'clock, when we will present our second session of posters. So thank you very much, all of our presenters, and we will see you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from your short break. So right now we're transitioning into the second of our two poster sessions and our final poster session. Excuse me. So the poster sessions run a little bit differently than our other sessions, but we hope that they generate just as much debate and questions as our previous sessions have. So basically the format for this section will work as follows. So I will introduce each individual paper. So when I introduce you, I'd like you to give a 2-minute summary of the conclusion of your presentation. This will help us for those of us who've seen all your videos, just as a quick reminder. And then I will go on to the next person. You will do the same thing until we get to the end, at which point I will open up the field to discussion and questions. So as usual, if you want to ask a question, there's the chat function at the bottom of your screen. If you are on Zoom, please type it in and I will read it out. If you want to address it to someone specifically, write their name. If you want it to be a general question, that's fine. We accept both. If you are following us on the live stream, please, thank you. Please type your questions into the YouTube chat, which is also on the right-hand side of the screen, and one of us will pick it up and drop it here so I can see it. Okay, so I think we're ready to get into it. So our first person is Ana Maria Esther Conde. Oh, I'm sorry, forgot to introduce the title of the session. This session's theme is space and cultural heritage. All of these papers, all of these presentations are joined together by this general theme of cultural heritage and the context of space. A lot of them have to do with what do we do with a building that has historical importance but might be problematic, and how do we integrate that into our modern environment, and how do we deal with its history? Or for those structures that actually still serve a similar function to what they were originally founded for. How do you reconcile the past with the present? So our first presenter is Ana Maria Esther Conde from the Universitat de Barcelona. She gave a fantastic presentation on Santa Creu Hospital of Vic in Catalonia, a medieval hospital in a modern city. So Ana, if you could give us just 2 minutes, 2-minute summary of your poster, that would be great.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna, for your presentation and for accepting my contribution to the conference. My name is Ana Maria Esther, and I am doing my research about the Hospital of the Holy Cross of Vic. Vic is a city located in the center of Catalonia, of 70 kilometers north of Barcelona. It's not a very big city. It's a middle, little-sized city, but it's a capital city of a region named Osona. And this city has a hospital that was founded in the 14th century by a merchant named Ramon Terradas. This hospital has suffered several changes over the centuries. And in my poster, I show you the different particularities of these changes in this evolution. For me, it's interesting to know that this hospital has preserved its, the city has preserved its historical heritage and maintains its function at the same time, because the hospital is working. The city made several changes, but preserved the facade, and Gothic court are preserved. It's very interesting to visit. You can visit. Another point of interest of my poster is the will of Ramon Terradas, because Terradas in his will describes how must be constructed the hospital and where. He thinks that, he thought that the hospital must be constructed and the main communication to Barcelona. And the conclusion of my poster is that the hospital of Vic was founded in 1348 by a will of merchant named Ramon Terradas. Subsequently, several extensions and modifications have changed the original appearance. The building is still in the same place and remains faithful to its original sanitary purpose. And the oldest room nowadays are offices and administration areas. It's all. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That was a great summary. So next up, we have Maria Agnella Carlesi, pardon me, that was terrible on my part, and Alessandra Klutzer, both from the Politecnico de Milano. They presented a poster entitled "The Ospedale Maggiore of Milan as a Working Machine, Functions, Spaces, and Architecture Through the Centuries." So if you would like to give a short 2-minute summary, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Anna, and thank you for this opportunity we were given to share our studies with you all. So in our video, we have summarized some of the topics related to our 2 decades long year studies on the Ospedale Maggiore, which is well acknowledged to be a main prototype for the modern hospital architecture, as many of the lectures and of the posters have shown. So yet in our video, we have tried to briefly trace the history of the Ospedale Maggiore beyond the iconic plan designed by Filarete. So we have, our research have proved that the functional issue in particular has always been a central topic in the hospital history, given a shape to space and architecture. From the design of the original plan by Filarete and through the centuries, we must never forget that the building up of the hospital lasted more than 3 centuries, and it was always modified and adapted to the renewed requirements related to the different aspects of the life inside the hospital. So not just the medical and hygienic issues, but also the everyday life organization inside the hospital, the administration of the hospital, the religious life, and so on. So we have traced this less known history of the Ospedale, crossing the data that we could found in the archive sources with the with those data that are still readable in the skin, on the skin of the hospital itself, detecting the use classification of each single place at different steps of the life of the hospital, and as a consequence, mapping all the transformations that have taken place, that the hospital has undergone, both in the functional layout and in its structures too. So this has made it possible for us to know the history and the identity of places. Some of them have been almost forgotten for decades, and less attention had been traditionally given to us also by the historians of architecture. Among these, the barrier places, and mainly the crypt beyond the church of the Annunciata, the main church inside the Ospedale Maggiore, places that were literally forgotten and that were rediscovered, and we had the opportunity to design the interventions in order to give back to the Milanese people these places that are now open to the public. Well, in the end, we would also like to thank Paolo Galimberti, of the, who is head of the Cultural Heritage Office of the Ospedale Maggiore Foundation, for all the opportunities we have been given during these 2 decades to work and to take care of our dear Ospedale. So thank you.
Thank you. And it's true. I mean, Ospedale Maggiore is really a fantastic institution. So it's wonderful that it's still around and it's in such great shape. Thank you very much. All right, Rute Ramos is next. So she is from the Universidad de Évora, and she gave a presentation entitled Power, Prestige, and Royal Intervention at All Saints Hospital. Rute, if you would.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. As you probably know, it was the hospital, my work is about the Hospital of All Saints Hospital in Lisbon. It was the biggest and the most important Portuguese hospital in the modern period. When I started my research, there was a lot to know. Nowadays, there are more and more people interested in studying the hospital, and this is very good. The National Archives holds more than 10,000 books and boxes that until recently were unknown, and this opened many possibilities for study. I choose to understand how the hospital survived and functioned for over 3 centuries. Initially, it was administered by people trusted by the king. In 1564, it began to be administered by Misericórdia de Lisboa. The hospital has become a place of medical education, medical care, and healing. A little more than 6 decades, the All Saints Hospital had become the owner of more than 1,000 buildings of different types in Lisbon and in the kingdom. For the needs of the hospital, the king donated cereals, wine, meat, sugar, and spices. The crown also gave him other privileges, benefits, and exemptions, mostly in the early years, and remaining until the end of the ancient regime. The institution received more and more patients and need more workers, and the royal donations were not enough. So the hospital came up with strategies to diversify its income. Managing the hospital was never easy. A growing number of patients, servants, and many other dependents were some of the reasons that internally explain the difficulty balance of the accounts, but not only. The escalating of poverty, epidemics, the political, economical, social, and religious dynamics of the modern period lent the hospital to many difficulties that were identical to another assistant institutions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. It really does have quite a storied history. It's a very multifunctional institution. I have a good comparison, but don't worry, we'll get to that. Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Alicia Campos Cajado, from the Universidad de Chile. She gave a presentation on Old San Jose Hospital in Santiago, Chile. Alicia?
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here in this conference and especially in this session poster. And also, I want to say thanks to Anna Peterson for her kind efforts and the organization team. About my poster, maybe the main conclusion is that the building is part of an old area of the Santiago city. And the relation about the cemetery and the hospital is very important because it was a building for to treatment of infected persons. So the configuration of the wall and the relation of both parts of the wall is something that is still have to be in a view of new research. Actually, the building is in a risk of demolition because new projects are planned in the no protected area. So maybe the building, the most part of the building will be disappear in the next years. Yesterday, the National Monument Council were discussing about the new project and the possibility of understand and protect all the hospital area, but it maybe it's very difficult that this decision could happen because the new hospital will be for the cancer, will be the National Institute of the Cancer. So it's a very sensible program for the population in Chile. And as I say recently, maybe the main conclusion is that we have the people who is interested in Chile for this building, we have to make research about the many topics between this relation because we don't know, I don't know another example with this characteristic. Maybe it's the main reflection at the end of the study, of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amicia. And thank you for that update. I mean, I hope it gets saved, but it's hard when the other side of the coin is the National Institute for Cancer. People will see that as slightly more important, which is understandable. It just goes to show that these issues just don't go away and they're not something of the past. This is something that is ever evolving, even in a time where we spent so much time being trapped indoors. Thank you so much. All right. Next is Viviane Trinidad Borges. She is from the Universidade do Estado de Santa Catarina. And actually your paper was mentioned, your presentation was mentioned yesterday because we were talking about the area in particular, but she gave a poster presented discussing Miguel Bombarda Hospital, Notes on an Unfinished Debate. Viviane?
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this event. This work is one of the results of my postdoctoral in the Centro de Estudos Sociais da Universidade de Coimbra. My presentation will be in Portuguese. Sorry. Eu trato neste texto de um processo de patrimonialização que vem ocorrendo no Miguel Bombarda há aproximadamente 10 anos. O hospital, então, ele é o hospital mais antigo psiquiátrico de Portugal, do século XIX, e foi construído, foi edificado, então, junto, né, ele funcionava junto ao antigo mosteiro. Nesse processo, que já dura mais de 10 anos, não fica claro ainda as funções usuais, né, do espaço nesse momento. Então, os novos usos do hospital, eles são ainda inconclusos. né? Então, eu analisei o processo, é um processo de tombamento, né? O processo, então, que institucionaliza o hospital enquanto um patrimônio público. Esse processo ele tem mais de 6 tomos, né? E ele, então, mostra que ao longo destes 10 anos, né, como vem ocorrendo este andar do processo de patrimonialização. Então, ao longo do tempo, já se teve várias oportunidades de repensar aquele espaço e de patrimonializar somente algumas áreas, são 3 edificações que são, então, efetivamente consideradas patrimônio de interesse público, né, e ao longo dos anos não se sabe muito bem ainda o que será feito do Miguel Bombarda. Então, até uma das questões seria, então, uma inscrição que se encontra na entrada do hospital, em vermelho, para o lado de fora, que diz salvem o hospital. Esse processo, então, ele acaba sendo marcado por uma ideia de patrimônio difícil, a categoria, então, que eu uso para fazer essa análise é essa, porque na verdade, um patrimônio que acaba sendo considerado mesmo um entrave para o próprio desenvolvimento da cidade. Então, é muito difícil desenvolver um processo de sensibilização pública em relação àquele espaço, né, marcado, então, por internamentos, né, por um tipo de psiquiatria e de tratamento psiquiátrico que não se deseja mais hoje no presente. Então, eu trato de como vem sendo feita a preservação das edificações e também dos acervos, né, para onde, então, estão sendo levadas as obras dos internos, então, do antigo, que ficavam, né, no antigo Museu Miguel Bombarda. Então, o museu ele ainda funciona mediante agendamento, né, e existe todo, então, um conflito, né, para saber o que fazer com essas obras e o que fazer com o próprio museu, né, além do próprio hospital, que é uma área imensa, né, que fica na Colina de Santana, em Lisboa. Então, eu trato de uma história ainda inconclusa, né, mostrando os conflitos e as próprias contradições que marcam esse processo de patrimonialização, mas que não garantem a efetiva preservação, né, tanto das obras quanto dos acervos, né, e mais ainda das próprias edificações. Então, o artigo ele saiu ontem, inclusive, eu vou botar o link aqui da revista para quem tiver interesse. Agradeço muito a oportunidade de participar do evento. Thank you, Ana.
Thank you, Vivian. All right, and next we have Susana Costa Coito y Araujo. I'm so sorry. From the Universidad Estadual de Campinas. She presented on the cultural heritage of ILSL, Lauro de Sousa Lima Institute, a case study for a former leper colony of compulsory isolation, today a research institute. So, Susana? Oh, hold on, Susana. Sorry. Do you wanna, can you unmute yourself? Oh,
okay.
Perfect.
Are you listening to me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you for the committee to give a positive answer for my work. Well, I'm a Portuguese. I'm living in Brazil. I'm graduated at the University Nova de Lisboa in anthropology. And I've done a master's degree at the University of São Paulo in museum studies. Now I'm at the Unicamp doing a research, a PhD research. And because I'm working with gerontology at the medical science department, I had a scholarship and a curricular stage at a medical organization in the city where I live, here in Bauru, Brazil, in the interior of the state of São Paulo. And we have developed an approach in the museum of this institution that was an asylum for leprosy patients at the beginning of the 20th century. It was a city, a part of the center of the city, about 17 kilometers from Bauru, and with the focus of a town. It was an independent with sustainability focus. It has a sport area productions area with agricultural and animal productions, but also some industries like soft drinks and woodwork. There was a church and a social and entertainment area in this city with a cinema and a theater. And today it's the museum in a preservation area by the state government Department of Cultural and Architectonic Safeguard of São Paulo. And in 2020, we developed a participatory exhibition there in this city with older patients, but also with staff at the Research Institute that is Lauro de Souza Lima today. So we thought that it could be possible a reappropriation of this space as an hospital, today a museum space. This museum is not only focused on the history of the place, but also in the history of the disease, the treatments, and political health policies developed during the 20th century, changing all over the time from a compulsory isolation at the asylum and thought about the reintegration of patients in the community after the discovery of the cure during the 60s. And today it is a research institute and an hospital for dermatologic disease. So the poster tells us about this transformation and also about this new exhibition that is still closed because of the pandemic scenario. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Susana. When I was listening to Monica Angele's paper about the reforms in 19th century or 20th century psychiatric institutions and how they thought about creating a town for the people, even though it's a town outside of a town, it has the same kind of resonance as it does with the institute that you're talking about. And even with medieval leprosaria, we see a kind of similar situation where they are self-sustaining communities. So it's great that so much is coming together. Thank you so much, Susana. Now we have our final poster is from Mayumi Iltsuka. My apologies. She worked for the architectural firm in Memoriam, which is actually a great title for an architectural firm. Their poster presentation is 4 Centuries of the Transformation of the Former Saint-Vincent-de-Paul Hospital in Paris. Mayumi, I saw you earlier. Ah, there you are.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to this poster session. I'm Mayumi Itsuka. My company name is Imnorium. It's a little bit difficult to pronounce it. I'm an architect based in Paris, in France, and in Japan. So I don't know if I can share my poster here. Yes?
Sure. You did make a, yeah.
So, the work presented here is a current ongoing construction project on which I worked recently. We are going to convert the former Saint-Vincent-de-Paul Hospital in Paris into a mixed-use eco-district that includes social housing, public schools, public gymnastics, and a lot of solidarity associations in it. This hospital was constructed as a religious institution. Then it was transformed into a hospice for foundlings and then to maternity and children's hospital. So in this poster, you will find in the upper side the general history of hospitals in France, and in the lower side, the history of this Saint-Vincent-de-Paul hospital. The major conversion of this hospital is corresponding to each evolution of global medical institutions in France. In the last part of the video, you can find a lot of photos of construction sites. This kind of hospitals in a heritage building tends to be converted into a social use, facing to non-megastructure type of hospitals integrated in an urban landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayumi. Sorry, yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I was really struck by the fact that that it started as a, the way that medieval hospitals work, they're based on charity and caring for the poor. And now it's being developed into a space that also kind of, you said it's social housing, there are public schools, this idea of accessibility is pervasive. And I think that, well, it leads me to my first question, which I'm using my magical chair powers to exert. Is that why this site was chosen? I was curious why this is where they decided to kind of build this kind of project, because of its history or in its connotations, or it just was a good site to use.
Sorry, I couldn't understand your question. I couldn't hear the first part of your question. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, it's okay. Sometimes I talk really fast. So considering its historical significance and what it's being developed into, was it chosen because of that, because of what it represents, or was it just another site for development that happened to also have this historical context?
I'm very sorry. Can you speak? My French is not good at, so can you speak more slowly, please?
Sure.
Sorry.
I was gonna say I could give it in French, but it's been a while. So the place.
Yes.
So Saint-Vincent-de-Paul.
Yes.
Has this very important historical context. And was it chosen for this project, so your project, because of its historical context, or just because it was available?
The reason why I choose this project, because I worked in this project as an architect. Of course, I choose this project because it has a very big history of social aim, I can say, because there is background, the big background of social activity in France. So I wanted to present to you, especially this project.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Let's see, I have a couple of questions. So Renato asked to Viviane, what is the destiny for the Colina de Santana? A project for a new All Saints hospital is still on the march?
Então, eu respondi ali em inglês para o Renato. Na verdade, desde 2019, né, aliás, em 2019 ficou, então, né, a decisão de que não seriam erguidas 6 torres, né, que teriam modificado, né, todo o espaço, ainda que se pensasse em preservar 3 edificações, né? Mas existiu todo um debate em relação a isso, né, e em função disso foi então, né, decidido que em 2019 não seriam então feitas essas alterações, mas segue inconcluso, né, não se sabe muito bem ainda o destino do hospital.
Thank you. Actually, you did respond to that in English. Sorry. I just saw it. You said to Renato, in 2019, the decision to build 6 towers, hotel, housing, and parking in Bombarda was suspended. The hospitals were all bought by the company Estamo. Everything is still up for debate. Destinations are uncertain. Thank you, Vivian. Yes, oof, that seems tough. Okay. Joanna has a question for Ana Maria. The Hospital of Vic registers some influences, administrative or architectural, from the other major hospital of Santa Creu in Barcelona.
It's very good question, because I think I'm very situation that the Hospital of Barcelona influenced over the Hospital of the Vic, but they are constructed at the same time, because the Hospital of the Santa Creu de Barcelona was constructed in the beginning of 15th century, and the Hospital of Vic is similar. It's founded in 1348, but they finished in the finals of the 14th century. And the architect that contribute to the in the Hospital of Santa Creu de Barcelona is documented in a construction of a church in Vic. For that reason, I think there is some possibility that the architect that works in the 2 hospitals, but I have not any proof of that. And the Hospital of Vic has changed its administration, copying the administration of the Hospital of Santa Creu. It's a very good relationship between the 2 hospitals.
Thank you. That's fantastic. Actually, just to piggyback a little bit, Anna, I have a question. So you mentioned that the will for Ramon Terrades survives, and since he is the founder of the hospital, how is he remembered as time progresses? Is him as a founder lost, and we just know about it because the will survives, or does his memory continue even as the building changes?
Yes, Terradas is a merchant, is a person that has a big fortune, and at this moment, merchants are not good seen by the church. And they founded the hospitals, or made donations to save their soul, and for reasons religious, but also by the reasons that you have said, because they want to preserve his memory on the family, on the city for the years. And the hospital was named over the years, over the centuries, is named Ramon Terrades. They changed the name to Hospital de Santa Creu in the 17th century, because there was a miracle, and that for that reason they changed the name.
Yes, I guess miracles are more important than traditional founders,
yes,
which is understandable. Thank you so much, Anna. So we have Chiara has a question for Marinella and Alessandra. She says, I saw your video that in the hospital there was also an anatomical theater. Do you have much information about it, such as the date of construction, how long it was used? Are there many documents about it?
Okay, so Chiara, I will answer you. Actually, we have found 2 different projects for the anatomical theater. If I'm not wrong, one was of the half of the 18th century and the other one at the end of the 18th century. So that was the moment in which they were thinking about having a real anatomical theater, which should have been located, as far as we have understood, on the backside, let's say, of the hospital, the one, not the main facade along via dell'Ospedale, but the one along the fossa interna, the channel that used to flow on the side of the Naviglio. We don't have any evidence that it had been really built. There is no evidence in all the historical plans we have of the hospital, and we have many of them. So we are almost sure that it wasn't built. If I'm not wrong, there was a plan of the beginning of the 20th century in which an anatomical theater was marked in an area, in a different area, but it hadn't the shape of what we consider now the historical anatomical theaters. So for the moment, this is all we know. Actually, we have many information about the management of those who had died inside the hospital. So all the places in which they were laid before burying them. But as far as the anatomical theaters are concerned, this is all we know. So 2 different projects in the second half of the 18th century. But we can keep in contact if you want. If you'd like, Chiara, we can share our information with you.
Yes, absolutely. I'd be happy to do that for you guys. I can connect you to. Thank you. And that's interesting that it might have never been built, that they made these plans for something that is ostensibly very important and then nothing comes of it. Chiara also has a question for Susanna. She says, I very much like the valorization that you have done of the hospital and of its territory. Is there a great deal of attention for this kind of preservation in Brazil, or is your hospital a good isolation case, or isolated case, excuse me?
Ana, eu respondi em inglês, eu respondi em inglês ali no também, mas eu não gostaria de ler em inglês, que o meu inglês é péssimo. But, né?
If you want, I can just read the response that you wrote.
Oh, thank you.
If you want. Oh, of course. So Vivian says, in both Brazil and Portugal, the fate of large psychiatric hospitals is often uncertain. They are considered cultural heritage, but this does not guarantee their preservation. Many are now in ruins, such as Miguel Bombarda, which Vivian talked about in Lisbon, and Juliano Moreira, that eye gets me, in Rio de Janeiro. I hope that answers your question. Excellent. Thank you, Vivian, for being so on the ball. Now, Joanna has a question for Ruth. In your opinion, what was the main royal privilege that improved All Saints Hospital's influence?
The hospitals of All Saints result from the reunification of several hospitals, small hospitals and with weak resources. The king, the All Saints was a project from the crown. It was a place constructed from a healing place, completely different from the others. And the king gave the hospital rules that all workers should follow and inspire. These rules inspire other hospitals in the country. It was very specific, the type of food, schedules, hygiene care. He said what the physicians should do, the surgeon, the nurses. It was very specific, the priests, the behavior of the workers. And that was it's very important. The hospital grew with a new perspective, completely different from the hospitals that exist in the country and in Lisbon, and with another vision, the medical care. And that's I think it's when we see the accounts of the hospital, we see that they allocate many resources to assistance, to food, to the patients precisely, and it's very I think it's very important, this perspective. The king in the crown all over the years. Since the beginning, until the ancient regime, it continues to be that way. It was very important until the end, until today. The hospital changed name and place, as we see this morning. It became the Hospital of St. Joseph, but it still is today a big hospital. Thank you. I hope I answered the question.
No, you did. Your hospital reminds me a lot of Santa Maria della Scala in Siena. There are a lot of parallels, even though it's founded before 1090, but you see it has the same kind of central importance in the city. It exerts a lot of political and economic power, particularly the idea that basically it's also functioning as a bank. In the same way that your hospital is functioning as a bank. And I wanted to ask, how does that impact its identity as a hospital? Or does it?
In the first days, in the first times, the hospital was very dependent from the king, but was not enough, as I said, and so they have to. He has to diversify its and receive, and he received money from the debt. It's another story, and you need to invest that money, and the crown. Sometimes they were in difficulties, and so the hospital invest in public debt, buying public debt, and he lent money to the houses, the aristocratic houses, that in the time they were also in debt, and it was a way to raise the recipes, because the hospital was have many patients and many dependents and many workers, and it's very complicated, and the income and the expenses was always in a balance. It was very complicated.
Oh, I know. Yes. Siena had the similar, but they were extremely powerful, both in terms of land and wealth. So I think they had a little more, at least going into the late medieval period and into the early modern, they had a little more political and economic stability, but that did change over time. Thank you so much. That was a great answer. So Susanna, you have a question. Is there a widespread, sorry. I realized that that's a combination of the question that was already answered. Sorry, Joanna to Alicia. As you explained, there is a poor conscience for the cultural importance of the old San Jose hospital. In Chile, the situation is similar for other medical and healthcare cultural institutions, or heritage rather.
Yes, it's very worried because this type of heritage is recently explored by the academic research and the government institutions, and less than 1% of the recognized of this building, they are recognized as a cultural heritage. So it's a very small number of buildings. But however, the people feel that this building is a part of their life, because many of these buildings, they have more than one cycle or 100 years, and I think that for the people they are any more important than the institution. So I think that the academic researchers, we have many things to do in these aspects. But it's preoccupant. I think that we have to do more diffusion of the situation of this building and the potential cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Sorry. So Susana wants to answer Chiara's question about, is there widespread attention for this kind of preservation in Brazil, or is your hospital and the project that you've been working on an isolated case? She says a positive isolated case. Susana? Did you disappear? Oh, Susana.
Okay, now I can.
There you go. I was like, you're fast.
No, that's okay. I was thinking that I didn't answer to Chiara this this question, because it was a very pleasant surprise for me to arrive here and saw that someone has done this heritage work, because it's an isolated case. Yes, Viviane told us this also. I think it was a brilliant idea from the director in the end of the 90s, that he has done this process at the process of, we called tombamento in Brazil, and it's for preservation of this space. And in São Paulo, it's the only case. There were 4 more leprosy colonies, asylums for leprosy disease, and it's the only one that is still preserved. In the 2016, the process was concluded, so now it is preserved and it cannot be changed. And the whole city, it's not only one building, but it's of the whole structure of the hill area that was called hill area, because there were 3 areas: the non-diseased area, the intermediated, and the healed area. And it's the healed area that is today preserved. So it's a very good isolated case, very positive. Thank you.
Thank you. See, make sure I didn't miss anyone. I actually have a question for you, Susana. So unfortunately, Brazil is known for, at least in the community of leprosy studies, for having a high rate of infection. So I was wondering what the ILSC's kind of, have you had like done an educational response to help combat stigma, both for people who are suffering from Hansen's disease And I know there's still stigma against those who've even been cured or have been treated for the illness. And I was wondering if that has been part of kind of your mission as part of preservation. Oh, you're still muted. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Yes, it is very important to see this because we work with the community there. So it is a place that is still a place to work, to live with the older patients, and to be treated in that place, in all these institutes and this museum place. So we've worked with this at the exhibition, and we think that's why we don't talk just about the disease, but about the treatments, about the expression. In Brazil, it's not called leprosy, lepra, it is called the Hanseníase, from the reference from the bacillium. So they changed the name of the disease. So all of these reflections were focused on the exhibition. And I think it's important to talk about these things. And nowadays about isolation, it's a theme, a very important theme. And people go there and see that in one time, isolation was an answer for a disease. And today it isn't. And I think we have done a work with the community there. And they told us that they still, they are still discriminated because of the disease. Yes.
Yes, it's, yeah, you would think we'd move forward from that, but no, we still have a lot of work to do. Thank you so much. And I'm going to use my liberties again. I actually have one final question for Alessandra and Marianela. What do you think Filarete's legacy is? Is it just like Milan, or do you think that he's kind of endured in other ways?
Well, it is actually a fundamental legacy, I would say, in the development of the architectonical plans of hospitals in the modern age. We know many examples of hospitals that took into consideration, as an example, the Ospedale Maggiore, also thanks to the many treatises that published the plan of Filarete, as we know, also to the guides to the city of Milan. But what is sometimes forgotten is that the example from Filarete was important not simply as far as the architectonical features and the plan and so on, but also as far as the organization of the hospital is concerned, and all those aspects which are less known about the life inside the hospital. So we could clearly understand this studying the history of the cemeteries inside the hospital. So, for instance, this aspect, which is seldom considered, but it was fundamental in the organization of each hospital, was clearly thought about by Filarete. And for instance, the solution that was chosen in the building up of the Santa Chiesa dell'Annunciata in the hospital, which was part of the, let's say, second great phase of the building up. So we are talking about the first half of the 17th century. So 2 centuries after Filarete, the solution that was chosen took as an example the description that was given by Filarete himself in Sforzinda, so the treatise in which he describes his ideal city for the Duke of Milan, in which he describes the hospital and he draws the hospital. So it is for sure a very important example. Yes, but from many point of views.
Yes, thank you very much. thank you to everyone. It's really been a pleasure watching all of your presentations, seeing how each of you decided to take on this project, particularly in this new environment. And thank you all for your really thoughtful and engaging responses. I very much appreciate it. So I now know for those of us, at least in Europe, we might be super hungry. So we'll take a 1 hour lunch break and we will be back at 3 o'clock Lisbon time, 4 o'clock for the rest of us. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much. And to
Thank
all
you.
you.
Thank you.